We good? Good. Yes, sir.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. My dear brothers and sisters, I'm very happy to see all of you and to greet all of you with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. You look so wonderful. All praise is due to Allah. Tonight, I wanted to talk with you about a subject that's been growing on me and in me probably for the last 2 months. I've been trying to message out. I want you to do your very best to pay particular attention to what we say this evening. I'm going to try to get it over to you as quickly as possible. And I would like everyone who can come in, that is on the outside, to please do. And if perchance you don't get all of this, try and get the tape and study it. The subject tonight deals with the thinking of God. In the scriptures of the Bible, it reads, "My ways are not your ways, my thoughts are not your thoughts. Mine are from above, while yours are from beneath." Here, God is saying to the people, you don't think like I think, and your ways are not like my ways. My ways are above, and yours are from beneath. If God's ways are above and God's thoughts are above and ours are beneath, then there's a gulf between man and God. And as long as that gulf exists between man and God, man cannot ever be what God originally created him to be, which is in his own image and likeness. You can't be in the image and likeness of God in form and not in mind and spirit and thought. So if we are created to be in the image, from the scriptural, biblical point of view, from in the image and the likeness of God, then we are created with the capacity to be able to think like God. And therefore, if we can think like God, we can act like God. God's actions are godly. And when a human being acts godly, that means that human being is thinking on a higher level. Are we in agreement? Yes. In the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Jesus never talks about God's thinking. He just says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. You can't get a people truly resurrected just by curtailing their actions. We have to get into the mind of the human being to elevate the thinking of people. And when people can think above, they will rise above. Clear? Okay. So Jesus says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. How do you think in your heart? The heart here is not the heart that the scripture is talking about. The heart that the scripture is talking about is the core of the person's being, thinking. That's the real heart. It is the essence of the individual. It is rational. It is intelligent. It is not emotional. When you think of the heart, you think of emotion. But to think like God, we have to be able to think above emotion. And that's what separates man from God and beast from man. Beast is moved by appetite. Man is controlled by emotion, but God is the master of the process of reasoning. So in the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we are taught that Islam is mathematics, and mathematics is Islam. The nation of Islam, according to our lessons, is all wise and does everything right and exact. We can't do things right and exact unless we do things mathematically. To do things mathematically is to do things with precision. When you do things emotionally, you throw away mathematics. And most of our decisions in life are made not from knowledge, but from feelings. Feeling. Nothing more than feeling. If you haven't got nothing more than feelings, you're in bad shape. Children feel. Mature people think on the basis of knowledge, actual facts. How do you feel? Oh, I feel fine. You don't ask a person, what do you know? How do you feel? That shows you the level that we operate on. We operate on feelings. And that's why we're hurt so much. And we're all so bound up subjectively because we're moved by emotion. God has emotions, but he doesn't make decisions with emotion. God is so magnificently mathematical. He can plan long range, and the people get thrown off by the majesty of his mathematics, because it does not have emotion involved. God has emotion, but he's not ruled by emotion. I'm going to prove this in a minute through our lessons and the teachings of the Bible and Quran. Jesus in the four Gospels doesn't talk about the mind of God. He just says, whatsoever the Father bids me to do, that I do. Whatsoever the Father causes me to speak, that I speak. He is a student of the Father, so he speaks the words of the Father, does the will of the Father. That's the way you start. You start to become like God by obeying him, whether you understand or not. But you got to believe in God in order to obey him. You got to trust God in order to obey him. Because it's difficult for us to say we understand such a magnificent being as the Creator. I mean, please. We may never understand God. So it's not about you understanding God or me understanding him. It is about our trusting and believing in him enough that if he tells us, do this according to the word, we say we hear and we obey. And if we do that, that's the first stage of beginning to grow into the mind of God. Jesus, again in the gospel, starts talking like this. As he gets closer to the end, you notice him using the personal pronoun I. At first, he's hiding his identity. Who do they say I am? Huh? They say you're this, they say you're that, they say you're the other. But he's not telling the people who he is. He's hiding. Then all of a sudden, he gets very strong. He says, I am the vine, the true vine. My Father is the husband. I am the door. I am the good shepherd. I am the light of the world. I am the resurrection and the life. He's talking boldly now. But people are not understanding the transformation that is taking place in this human being. He has grown from just obedience to God. Now he becomes an actor, carrying out God's will, not just from obedience, but from understanding the mind of God. Knowing God so well, he knows him in a hint. He knows him in a sign. He can just hear something and say, oh yeah, he means this, he means that. How do you get to the point where you know God so well that you know him in a hint and you know him in a sign? There are some wives who study their husbands so well that he can just give a look and you know what the look means. Women do that more than men, brother. How many sisters know what I'm talking about? You know a person so well, if they just give a certain look, you know what that look means. Nobody else may pick up on that, but you know. Well, wouldn't it be something to know God that well? That you could just hear something and say, oh, God is telling me such and such and so in this. How do you get like that? I don't know whether I've ever mentioned this to you, but I'm going to go through it very briefly. You know, in music, when you listen to great music, the symphonic music, the music of Beethoven, the music of Mozart, the music of Bach, the music of Tchaikovsky. You're listening to masters, composers who lived and died hundreds of years ago, but they are as alive today in their music. Tchaikovsky's not here, but he lives. Beethoven is not here, but he lives. Who makes him live? It's the students who study his music. They not only study the notes that he wrote, they try to get into his head to find out what condition was he under when he composed this. What happened? What mood was he in? What happened in his life that was so traumatic that he went to his piano and he composed this? Then when you get in tune with his mood, you get in tune with his mind, then you read what he wrote, then you are becoming one with him, then you can interpret his music, and he lives through your baton as you interpret his score. Jesus became the master interpreter of God when he said, I and my Father are one. He didn't have to say no more than that. Just to say, me and my dad, we are one. It don't mean that he's just one person. It means that we are so in tune now. His mind has become my mind. His will, my will. His thoughts, my thoughts. His ways, my ways. So it's no longer me you're looking at. You're looking at him whom you seek in me. I have become one with my Father. My Father in me and I in my Father. So it ain't no more me. Me died. He lives in me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, when you leave the Gospels and get into the writings of the apostles start giving us something about the mind of God that Jesus has become heir to. I'm coming to something. Just bear with me. Paul says, let this mind be in you, the same that was in Christ Jesus. Why didn't Jesus say that? Why did Paul say it and not Jesus? Because Jesus was growing into the mind of God. When Jesus became Christ, he was already in the mind of God. When Peter said, I know who you are. Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. He said, don't tell nobody. Why not tell anybody? Because it's not yet so. I have not yet ascended to my Father. Meaning that's my position, all right, but I haven't gotten it yet. I'm not yet the powerful man that I'm going to be. So don't call me by that title yet. But when I become Jesus the Christ, I will have the power to crush my enemies. He didn't have the power when he went to the cross, but after he ascended to the Father, they said they saw him coming in the clouds of heaven, having great power. He wasn't the same man no more. When he comes back, he's not the same as when he left. When he comes back, he's in the mind of God. That means he got the power of God. And the scripture said, God put everything under Jesus, but he himself, all powers were turned over to him. Why? Because he had grown into the thinking, the mind of God. So they say he sits at the right hand of God. What does that mean? Oh, can I get near your right hand, brother? God, where's your right hand? I need to get near your right. No, come on. The right hand is the hand that executes the power of the mind. As Jesus is the right hand of God, it means he's the executor of God's will. And that's why Jesus is said to be the one to bring about the judgment. God directs him, but Jesus doesn't. He's powerful enough to judge everything, the quick and the dead. Ooh, that's something. Now, wait a minute. Paul, let's come back over here a minute, Paul, and tell us, what are you talking about? Let this mind be in you, the same that was in Christ Jesus. Who are you talking to, Paul? He's talking to the followers of Jesus Christ. But they're babies now. They're immature now. But he's saying to them, look, permit yourself to grow into the mind of Christ. What mind did he grow into? God's mind. Then if you got God's mind in you, who are you? Who are you? You become God. You become agents of God and God. If your mind is God's mind, then you think like God, you act like God, you're doing the will of God. So the whole earth is filled with God. So we become God. Ye are all God's children of the Most High God. This is why the white man don't want you to come near the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Thank you. Because he knows you think like him. He's the real devil. He's your teacher. So you think like your master. So you do like white folks. So God can say to you, my ways are not your ways. My thoughts are not your thoughts. Mine are from above, yours are from beneath. Why are your thoughts from beneath? Because you let an enemy shape your mind. You let a devil shape your mind. So if the white man is your educator, your teacher, and your trainer, you don't think like God. You think like the one who taught you. And it is only when you come into God's classroom and become a student of God that you can grow into God. And that's why Jesus said, except you become. As a little child, you cannot enter the kingdom of God. See, you've been grown up already. Grown up under who? Under your enemy. So you think like your enemy. So the only way you can come to God, now don't come with no hang-up. Don't come with no bargain. There ain't no bargain, man. You don't make no bargain here. God, if you do this for me, I'll do that for you. Baby. You ain't got a damn thing to say to God like that. You don't have nothing that he wants. This is no negotiating table. Excuse me for saying it like that. I don't mean any disrespect. But you don't bring nothing to God. When we come to him, what do we have to negotiate with? You do this for me, I'll do that for you. No, the white man has so fixed us, brother, that we don't hardly have anything to give but our worthless selves. And God said, if you just turn your worthless self over to me, yes, sir, and become like a little child, I will make you into yourself again. What is yourself? Yourself is what I made you in the beginning. I made you in my image. I made you in my likeness. I didn't make a nigga. I didn't make a boy. I didn't make a colored fella, a Negro, a pimp, a hustler. God said, let us make man. And when he made a man, brother, he made the man into him. But what did the white man say? Let us make a nigga. That's right. And he made niggas. Right. And the nigga is his product. This is not what God made. This is what the white man made. But blessed be Allah. You got a chance now to come out from under the white man and come back to God and let him remake you. But in order to remake you, you got to come as a little child. Come on.
Oh, I have my doctorate degree. I have my master's degree. I'm matriculated.
Yeah, we all did, brother. That's the game. To make you think you really know what we don't know. So we come to God proud and arrogant. But Jesus said, except you become as a little child, you can't enter the kingdom of God. Let this mind be in you. The same that was in Christ Jesus. Man, that's heavy. Here God wants to share his mind with a so-called Negro. And the Negro don't want God's mind. He wants power. Well, if you want power, brother, submit to God. He's omnipotent. And we are impotent. Meaning we ain't got no juice, no power. Talking about black power, black power. Here's a God, man, that got power.
That's right.
And he said, if you submit to me, my mind will be in you. Then you ain't got to ask for power, you got power. Huh?
Yes.
All praise is due to Allah. Now, Paul again talking. He says, we are joint heirs with Christ. What are you talking about, joint heirs? I know what an heir is. Not A-I-R, but H-E-I-R. And heir is one who inherits something. Well, what did Jesus inherit of his Father? He inherited the kingdom. He inherited the mind of his Father and power from his Father to set up a kingdom that no man would ever be able to remove from the earth. And then he says to the disciples, you are joint heirs with Christ. So all of us have a chance to get up out of where we are and get into the mind of God. Now, look, I'm going to say something that may shock you. I don't want you to be shocked. I just want you to think. According to the scripture, Jesus is the most profound of all of the men of the Bible. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You agree? How did God treat him? I mean, did he say, oh, this is my son? Sit on a silk pillow over here and command them and let them come and serve you. How did he treat him? I mean, that boy was catching hell.
That's right.
From before he was born. Come on. But yet, he was the choice of God. But while he was in the womb, they were planning against his life. When he came from the womb, they were planning against his life. He had to run and flee and hide. Well, how many of us want to be in the mind of God, then have to follow Jesus and go through all that hell? Well, whether you wanted to follow him or not, you did.
That's right.
Because you've been running, fleeing, hiding. Your life was wanted while you were in the womb. And most of you are wanted right now. Something. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
We are hated before we were born, brother. Jesus was hated before he came out of the womb. Black people hated before we come to birth. Is that right?
That's right.
Many of you, your mamas were born in Mississippi. You weren't. Well, how did they get to Chicago? They was running. They didn't leave Mississippi because things down there was fine.
That's right.
They were running with you. Or Chicago or Detroit or New York, wherever white folk were in power, we started catching it. Well, that's Jesus' life. So you're on the right road if you just submit now. You've had all the preparation for greatness. Now God wants to reward you for your having suffered by your coming into his own mind. Well, now, Farrakhan, how do we get into the mind of God? Well, one of the things that God has to do, he has to teach us how to think by teaching us how he thinks. When we became followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he gave us lessons. These lessons are called the Supreme Wisdom, lessons by Master Farad Muhammad to his servant, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. These are for registered Muslims only. But tonight, I want to share with you some of these lessons and go to the Quran, the Bible, and the lessons to show you how, if you stay the course, you grow into the mind of God. Now, brothers and sisters, have you noticed in all our relationships, they fall out or they make up by the way we feel about each other, not so much what we fully know about one another? I got a feeling from that brother or that sister. I don't particularly like them. Somebody asks you why, I don't know. I just got that feeling. When you're feeling around like that, you're blind. Blind people have to feel. You see them tapping along, feeling their way. When you deal only with your feelings, you and I will never become great men and women. If you're going to live in the world of emotions, then we'll always be hot and cold, lukewarm. We'll just keep shifting back and forth because we move by emotions. I'm going to deal with emotions tonight and show if I have time. If not, we'll continue it at another time. But I want to start this subject because it's become so dear to my heart. Because as I'm growing, I have got to learn to think less emotional and more mathematical. You'd be surprised what goes into an equation when I make a decision. You'd be surprised. I would be surprised too. You know, I have looked at some of you, and this is true, and I would make a decision. And you know what we're going into the decision? I would take into consideration how long you've been around, how quote unquote faithful you have been, you know, your family, all that kind of stuff. That's emotional, man. You ain't never gonna make no progress like that. Yes. I mean, it's nice, but God, you know, wants his man to come up now. Yes, sir. Yeah. Look at a thing and say, well, what is the performance here? That's right. That ain't got nothing to do with your wife, ain't got nothing to do with your children. It don't have anything to do with how long I've known you, how sweet you are. What is your performance here? What do you know and what can you produce? What are the actual facts of you? And if it's mathematical, see, it appears kind of cold. Sorry, you have to find another kind of employment because you're not fit for this job. All these years I've been with that nigga. bust me down. Yeah. This is the way we think. See, now we're taking it emotionally. Right. He busted. Like when you get fired, you know what I mean? Oh, look what they did to me. But people who are ascending, some people make decisions that are not mathematical. I don't like you. I don't care how hard you work, you're good worker. I don't like you. Because you prick my ego when you don't talk to me right. You know what I mean? So you're fired. That's emotional. That's irrational. That's unintelligent. It works for a while, but it gives you a false sense of who you are. You're not growing up like you should. But if we look at the thing purely mathematical, unemotional, detach the emotion and look at the mathematics of it. Then make your decision. God don't care nothing about your feelings. He ain't built not at all. God don't care nothing about your feelings. Look, let me prove my point. Do a mother love her baby? A baby died last week. A crib death. It hurt the mother. It hurt the father. It hurt the family. What did God say? He said, I give life. I cause death. Some of you I take in the cradle. Some of you I stop in the womb. Some I allow to grow to maturity. Some I allow to go back to the worst part of life, that after knowing they know nothing, meaning they become senile. I God do this. Ain't no emotion here. I don't care how many of you cry at the funeral. That's on your level. God ain't troubled by that. He said, I'll wipe away your tears. You believe in me, but I'm going to bring some stuff in your life. I ain't emotional. This is God talking, not me. I'm not talking. God is talking. And he brought some stuff into Jesus' life, if you pardon the expression, man. That's his main man. He gets hung up, the police get him. Well, in those days, they called them the Roman centurions, but it's like sure enough, straight police got him. And one of his own brothers betrayed him. They came up on him in the garden and got him. God is looking at this. But he doesn't appear to be interfering. They get Jesus, take him in a room, and whoop him. Throw a sheet over his head and smack him. Pow! Say, you a prophet, tell us which one of us hit you. That's cool. Now, you know, we've been in this, brother. Any of us that been arrested by white folks, they get us down in that cell and whoop the hell out of us. And we know what that's like to get a show enough whooping by the police. Well, can you imagine the Son of God in that kind of shape? Just imagine yourself. You one of the sons. Police living in your mouth like a dentist. That ain't enough. They take you to court, broke up. Jesus went to court. I mean, he looked like he had been in a fight.
I got a screenshot that. Hold up. I got a screenshot that.
Well, can you imagine the arrested by white folks? They get us down and that's it. That's cool. Now, you know, we've been in this, brother. Any of us that been arrested by white folks, They get us down in
Yes,
that
sir.
cell and whoop the hell out of us. And we know what that's like to get a show enough whooping by the police. Well, can you imagine the Son of God in that kind of shape? Just imagine yourself. You one of the sons. Police living in your mouth like a dentist. Hey, that ain't enough. They take you to court, broke up. Jesus went to court. I mean, he looked like he had been in a fight. He ain't saying nothing. They lie on him. You've been there before. The judge ain't sympathetic. Crucify him. Where's God? You take this cross, carry this thing. God ain't emotional. Here's this man walking with this heavy cross, man, and people laughing and spitting on him, talking about him. This is God's son. But he ain't emotional. We can do it, my son. He said, go ahead, boy. I'm with you. And the son said, you sure? But God is not emotional. He's making his man, and that's how he makes him into God. He's fashioning him and forging him into something powerful. And you don't make a God by giving him powder and pampering him. You make a God, man, by putting him through the ringer and showing him that he can take it because you're with him. And then you bring him out on top of all his adversities. And then they nailed him. That's God's child, man. And they nailed him. That's heavy stuff. And the nails got so hard, man. He's hanging and he's saying, hey, is this real? God, why have you forsaken me? He began even to think strange thoughts about God. And let me tell you something. When you follow truth and it gets you in trouble, you begin to wonder, why did I ever believe? It was like meeting a man, you know, and you fall in love with him, sister. He's so cute. But in the delivery room, when cuteness manifests itself into show enough pain, then you may cuss that man in the delivery room. And Lord, when did I ever meet this nigga? And some women cuss their husband under those circumstances. So you can imagine Jesus, he's in pain and he's saying, my God, why have you forsaken me? God let him go right to the hour when he gave up the ghost. God let him go to that hour where the enemy thought they had triumphed over him. God let him go all the way to a tomb and then showed his power. Now look, brothers and sisters, God is making somebody. And Jesus don't ask you and me to worship him. He said, if you want to be an heir to what I'm an heir to, then come, follow me. Don't run from your cross. You thought that he had one? You sing the song, must Jesus bear the cross alone and all these black folk go free? There's a cross for you, and there's one for me. And anytime you stand up for freedom in this land, anytime you stand up for justice, brother, and you stand against oppression, is a cross for you. Yes, sir. But if you run from the cross, you never get the cross. Yes, sir. But if you go to it knowing that God is with you, then you start coming up into his thinking. Yes. See? Now, everybody all right? Yes, sir. When you open this book, I'm going to open it now. Thank you, Brother Eddie 2X, for allowing me to use this. My book, my lessons, I carried them with me to Baghdad, and they got lost in my bag. So whoever got my bag got a Bible, a Quran, lessons, tape. So he got enough to get out of that thing. Now, this, we're talking about lost found Muslim lesson number 1. It says, this lesson number 1 is said to be the student's assignment. Who are we? Students. Are you a student and don't have an assignment? What kind of teacher you got? And the teacher doesn't give you an assignment. So when you come into the mosque, you're not joining the church. You come in to the nation and you get what is called a student's enrollment. You come in here as a student. Who's the teacher? Not Farrakhan. The class is headed by God. It's a class that will bring us up into his mind. Look, lesson number 1 lays the base of our work today. What is our work? Our work is to raise our people up from a dead level and put them on top of civilization. That's our work. We are a part of the work ourselves. We have to come up from where we think and the way we act and go on top of civilization. Lesson number 1 lays the base of our work today. I'm going to stop right there. Just the base of our work. It's the foundation. How does it start? If you look at the lessons, it starts with the question, why? Why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet Earth? It didn't say who is the devil. He already taught you that in the student enrollment. Once you get in here, you know God and the devil right off the bat. Not two spirits. That's right. But two human beings. Yes. One supreme in knowledge and righteousness. One supreme in wickedness. Who is the original man? That's who. Who is the colored man? That's who. What is the population of the original nation in the wilderness of North America and all over the planet Earth? What is the square mileage of the earth? How much is the land? Ain't nobody asked why yet. But when you get to lesson number 1, the question, why, is answered. And when you go to your dictionary and look up the word why, you're getting into reason, cause, purpose. You bought a fine suit. Why? I notice all the brothers, with these leather coats. Why? Why? What is your motive? I know what mine was when I bought mine. I just wanted a coat. What's your motive? Well, I wanted to wear what the minister wears. But that's not good enough. It's good, but yet it's not good enough. Because their spirit may not be the same as mine. And if the spirit of you is not the same, then your motive for doing the thing is not the same, and you'll never get the same results. Man, the minister's hair got waves in it. So I'll relax mine. I'm going to get me some waves. You know what I mean? Cap, I'll see you. I'm trying to get you to see something. You don't do things because someone else does it. You must find out why they did what they did, so you can do it not from rote, but do it from the Spirit. Do you understand what I'm saying? I wear a bow tie. I didn't ask nobody else wear one. Everybody got one. Why? You answer. No, I don't want you to answer. I mean, it's rhetorical, you know. Why? Why do you do what you do? How are you, sister? Can I shake your hand? How's your mother? Why are you asking? What is your motive? What is your cause? What is your purpose? See, when you start digging into why, you start getting up into what makes people say the things they say, do the things they do. Now you're getting up on the inside of people, not the outside. Now, when Master Farad Muhammad gave us these lessons, he starts asking why right off. Why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet Earth? He wants you to understand reason, cause, purpose. But then, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to me, the real question isn't why. The real question is, why did he ask why? Now, when you understand why God asked why, then you're getting up into God's thinking. Now, when you get up into God's thinking, you're going to run into a world that you've never seen before. And it'll blow your mind the way God thinks. And if you're an emotional creature, then you can't walk with God. I'm going to prove that in a minute. Brothers and sisters, we got emotion, and they're good, but they're not sufficient to make us into what God wants. We have intelligence and the capacity to think and reason. It is this that got to be turned on if we want to become like God. Now, y'all ready with this now? Okay, and I'm going to take a couple of lessons, and I'm going to raise a question, and then I'm going to ask, why did God ask why? So you get up into his thinking. Then I'm going to go to the Quran and the Bible and give you an idea of emotion and how emotion messes up following God. Now, why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet Earth? Because the earth belongs to the original black man. Huh? I thought Africa belonged to the original black man. Listen to what God is saying. The earth belongs to the original black man. Now, they fighting over Kuwait. It's the 19th province. It's mine. The Kuwaitis say, it's mine. God is saying, go ahead, kill each other. Because it belongs to the original black man. Well, after you all finish fighting, somebody else will come. Yes, sir. Palestine, that's ours. Who are the Palestinians? Who are the real Palestinians? Who are the original inhabitants of that land called Iraq? Who are the original people that came up around the Tigris and the Euphrates River, the Chaldeans, the Mesopotamians? Who are they? That's your people. Yes, sir. You've been pushed out of the best part of the planet, and others have usurped your lands and your authority and your power. Yes. But because you don't know who you are, you just think Africa is yours. Right. And they got that. Yes, sir. But Allah says the earth belongs to the original black man. Then he gives you the square mileage of your home. What is the square mileage of the earth? 196,940,000 square miles. How much is the land? How much is
I got a screenshot that.
Euphrates River? Who are the original in ours? Who are the Palestinians?
That's fine.
Somebody go ahead and kill each other. Because it belongs to the original black man. But after you all finish fighting, somebody else will come. Palestine, that's ours. Who are the Palestinians? Who are the real Palestinians? Who are the original inhabitants of that land called Iraq? Who are the original people that came up around the Tigris and the Euphrates River, the Chaldeans, the Mesopotamians? Who are they? That's your people. You've been pushed out of the best part of the planet, and others have usurped your lands and your authority and your power. But because you don't know who you are, you just think Africa is yours. And they got that. But Allah says the earth belongs to the original black man. Then he gives you the square mileage of your home. What is the square mileage of the earth? 196,940,000 square miles. How much is the land? How much is the water? The land is 57,255,000 square miles, and the water is 139,685,000 square miles. Why are you teaching me this, God? Because look, anytime you go to buy some property, they tell you your lot is. That's right. And it's bordered by. So you can lay claim to what is yours. He's telling you your lot is 196,940,000 square miles. So look, man, I'm a citizen. I don't care where I go on the earth. I know that I'm at home. That's right. I don't go no place asking, am I at home? I go to China and talk like I talk in Africa. Because I know how the Chinese got there. I know when they got there, and I know who sent them there, and I just about know how long they're going to be there. So no, you don't tell God how he should act on his own earth. The earth is the Lord, and the fullness thereof. Who are the lords that the earth belongs to? It is the righteous. And the righteous shall inherit the kingdom. Huh? Oh, man. Let's go on. And knowing that the devil was wicked, and there would not be any peace among them, he put him out in the worst part of the earth and kept the best part preserved for himself ever since he made it. Now, he told you that the earth belongs to the original black man, the whole of it. Then he put the Caucasian out in the worst part of it and kept the best part for himself. But even the worst part belongs to him. But he just put the enemy in the worst part. Where's the best part? The best part is in Arabia, at the holy city of Mecca. Well, who's over there now? The enemy. And is he trying to settle? Yes. Why did God ask why? He wanted you to know what was, so you could understand what is. Then you would know what is about to come down. Now look, I know white folk got powerful weapons. You ain't got to tell me, but they're not going to settle there. I know they're bad, brother, and you with them. Some of you. But the brothers in the desert are writing me every day. They want to get up out of there. Because the wicked is not going to settle there. That kind of land is for God and the righteous, and he spews out of his land those that are not in accord with his righteousness. Now, why isn't the devil settled? God wants you to understand something about the way his mind works, so you can start thinking like him in the domain that you rule over. Well, where do you rule? Well, I tried to rule my house. Well, good. Then let's see how you should rule your house. First of all, if you're the ruler of your house, everything in your house should be in accord with you. I want you to listen to this good now, because we're thinking mathematical now, not emotional. This is my son, this is my daughter, this is my family, this is my house. I provided it for my family. Good. But my family now, if you provide a house for them, then you lay down some rules. And son, I try. You rule over. I want you to understand something about the way his mind works. So you can stop thinking like him in the domain that you rule over. Well, where do you rule? Well, I tried to rule my house. Well, good. Then let's see how you should rule your house. First of all, if you're the ruler of your house, everything in your house should be in accord with you. I want you to listen to this good now, because we're thinking mathematical now, not emotional. This is my son, this is my daughter, this is my family, this is my house. I provided it for my family. Good. But my family now, if you provide a house for them, then you lay down some rules. And that's how there's peace in the house. Because you understand who the boss is and you follow the rules. Now, I know some of you don't like no rules. Man, who she thinks he is? Me. When I should come in and who I can bring in and all that kind of stuff. So you start doing your thing, then your father says, well, son, since you can't come in when I ask you to come in, and you won't do what I ask you to do, and you going out of here. Don't even pack nothing, because you didn't buy a damn thing in here. Don't pack nothing. That's right. Just get your raggedy behind in the street. And you going out of here. Don't even pack nothing, because you didn't buy a damn thing in here. Don't pack nothing. That's right. Just get your raggedy behind in the street. Put him out in the west part. And Jack, when you get put out in the ghetto, I don't know nothing worse than to be homeless and hungry in the ghetto where everybody is eating something or somebody. Now, what is this teaching the ministers, the captain, the secretary? You trying to set up something. We ain't got no time for no contrary men and women here. That wastes a lot of time. If you come because you recognize that there's wisdom here. You don't come to teach God. You come to be taught of God, by God. So you come as a child. Don't come rebellious. Don't get all look, man. And because there would not be any peace among them, he put him out. Well, that's the law.
I screenshot
That's
that.
the law, man. And because there wouldn't God, you come to be.
You heard? Many people come with a rebellious spirit. Try to teach. Just listen. Just listen.
That wastes a lot of time. If you come because you recognize that there's wisdom here. You don't come to teach God. You come to be taught of God, by God. So you come as a child. Don't come rebellious. Don't get all look, man. And because there would not be any peace among them, he put him out. Well, that's the law. That's the law for the earth. That's the law for the mosque. That's the law for your home. That's how you start thinking like God. You start saying, where's peace at? Because peace is the way of God. And the way of God being peace, you can't have peace unless you submit your will to do God's will. God should be the master of your house. God's way should God won't follow the rules
Hold on.
They'll be wailing and gnashing of be the master of your house.
Damn, you hear? Y'all don't do this.
God's way should be the master in your house. And everybody that don't want to submit to God's way, pack it up and roll on out. And when they get out in the street and the winds begin to whoop them, because the scripture said when he put him out, there'll be wailing and gnashing of teeth. That's what's on the outside of peace. When you rebel against God and won't follow the rules of the house, then you got to go out in the street where there's wailing and gnashing of teeth, because God's got a force out there to beat you up. Then when you come back to the house, you come back like the prodigal son. Hey, Father, Father, I have sinned, and I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Can I just come in? I don't want to be nothing. Just let me in. He put him out. Now let me tell you something. It's easy to say, but we love our children, and it's difficult to do. It's difficult when you got a rebel in your house, and you love them, and you're guided by the emotional side of love and not the practical side of love to make excuses for your child. But when you're guided by the mathematical principle, which is love, not this old mushy madness. But if you say in the scripture, God is love, God ain't no emotional bag of wind. He's a practical God that punishes with love. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Making sense?
Yes, sir.
We want to try to think like God now. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Now listen to this. Well, that's just one. And I mean, we could go all the way down the list, but I don't have time. There's some other things I want to say to you, and if I don't hurry, I won't be able to get it in. So if you don't mind, you that have your lessons, you do that. You start looking at a principle. The devil was wicked. That's a good reason to put somebody out. They're wicked. And there would not be any peace among them. Listen to what Saddam Hussein said on the television. They asked him, why do you say that this battle is the mother of all battles? He said, well, what battle is more significant than when God leads one side and the devil leads another? See? And he is saying that Bush is the satanic force that's leading. But naturally, Bush is not going to say, I'm the devil. Bush last night was trying to transform himself into an angel of light.
That's right.
Our cause is moral. Our cause is just. Our cause is right. And therefore, we shall win. One of them is a liar. Will the real devil please stand up? You understand? All right, now emotion creeps in among the best of us. I took a little time this evening and checked on this word, emotion. One dictionary said it is an intense feeling. Intense. Powerful. Intense feeling. Emotion. A subjective response or reaction as to a person or situation. It is a subjective response. What does the word subjective mean? Deriving from an individual viewpoint or bias, prejudice. If your emotion is subjective because it focuses on you and what you feel and what your pain is and how you don't like and what blah blah and you base your decision on your little petty self, then you never see the big picture. And there's always another picture bigger than the way you think and the way you feel. Yes, sir. Isn't there? Yes, sir. But look how many of us are lost in subjective reasoning based upon emotion, which is our narrow bias. Well, I don't like them. Why? They're from Mississippi. Well, why you don't like people from Mississippi? Well, what? Well, it's the accent. It's the accent. People got stupid reasons. Well, I don't like this brother. Why? He's too black. And every time he come around, I just freeze. Why you freeze? Too black. Now, you know some of us think like that? That's right. That's right. That's right. Look at that high yellow nigger. That's a ugly. Why you don't like? He too yellow. In fact, I knew I was talking about him and got him a tan. Subjective, emotional, madness. God, they say, is no respecter of persons. He doesn't deal on color or race or sex. He got a law. He got truth. And he deals with his law and truth. And then there are layers of law. Like there are layers of atmosphere. There are laws and there are laws. There's a higher law and there's another law that masses function. There's another law. Then there's another law. But the highest of all laws is God himself. He is the law. Huh? Oh, brother and sister, I hope you understand what I'm saying. Now let's look at how emotion messes up the best of people. In the Quran, everybody all right? Yes, sir. Allah says in the Quran, he's talking to the angels now. He said, look, I am going to place a ruler in the earth. He's letting somebody know what he's planning to do. And the angel said, will you place in it such as make mischief in it and shed blood? And we celebrate thy praise and extol thy holiness. Now they are reading right. The ruler is going to create mischief, but they're questioning God as to why you're going to bring a ruler on the earth that's going to create mischief, because mischief is not good. Bloodshed is not good. The angels want to know, God, why are you permitting this? He said, I know what you know not. Listen to that answer. I know what you know not. What is he telling the angels? Trust me. I see further than you. I know better than you. You see right. The ruler is going to create mischief and cause the shedding of blood, but I see the end of that. Trust me. Walk with me to get to the end of the mischief and the end of the bloodshed, and you will be rewarded for walking with me. I know what you know not. Then he makes a man And he teaches the man, and he makes the man wise. And then he tells the angels, bow down to the man. And all of the angels bowed except one. He was proud. Let's look at the word proud. Most of us have pride. Proudness is a state of mind based upon one's perception of one's self. Good God Almighty. We're in trouble now. I perceive myself to be such and such and so and so. How dare you talk to me like that? See? State of mind. That's an emotion. Pride is an emotion that comes up from your perception of who you are and how you should be treated. And anybody that don't treat you like you think you should be treated, then that thing comes up in your mind, and then you begin to get real nasty acting. Throw your weight around. Pride in position. I'm the minister. I'm the captain. I'm the secretary. I'm the vice president. You should not talk to me like that. I'm the vice president. I'm the this, I'm the that. Don't even look at me like that. Don't get yourself together now. Should be treated. Then that thing comes up in your perception of who you are and how you should be treated. And anybody that don't treat you like you think you should be treated, then that thing comes up in your mind, and then you begin to get real nasty acting. Throw your weight around. Pride in position. I'm the minister. I'm the captain. I'm the secretary. I'm the vice president. You should not talk to me like that. I'm the vice president. I'm the this, I'm the that. Don't even look at me like that. Don't get yourself together now. Pride, due to your own view of who you are and how you should be treated. Therefore, you can't take nothing from nobody because you are arrogant. This proud one was one of the disbelievers. He didn't believe in God's own wisdom in making a man from dust. So God asked him, Iblis, what hindered you that you did not submit when I asked you to? And he said, I'm better than he. I am better. That state of mind makes a devil. That's an emotion based upon your view of yourself. Now, that's one problem. Let's go over here to the 18th chapter of the Quran. It's called Moses Travels in Search of Knowledge. Y'all all right? Yes, sir. Now, a man wanted to follow a wise man. And Moses said to the wise man, may I follow you, that you may teach me of the good you have been taught? Now, many of you that hear the wisdom of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad coming from one of his students, you are really knocked out over the wisdom. And I don't blame you, because it is powerful. And it really belongs to all of you. All of you, brothers. All of you, sisters. And I'm so happy to impart as much as I can to all of you so you can be wise and powerful. Many of the brothers say, can I follow you, that you may teach me of the good you have been taught. That's what this Moses said to the wise man. Look at what the wise man said. You can't have patience with me. What do you mean patience? What do you mean I can't have patience with you? In order to be patient, you got to be able to suffer long with something or someone. Moses said, the wise man said to Moses, you can't have patience with me. And then he asked him a question. And how can you have patience in that whereof you don't have a comprehensive knowledge? You can't be patient with things that you don't have a good knowledge of. But you know what? They're dealing with knowledge. But the man didn't have knowledge. He didn't have faith either. Because you don't always know, but if you believe, you will walk on until knowledge comes. We're dealing now with knowledge. He said, well, you can't have patience with that, but you don't have a comprehensive knowledge. And then Moses said, if Allah please, you will find me patient. Neither shall I disobey you in anything. Then the wise man said, if you would follow me, question me not about anything until I myself speak to you about it. Don't question me now. Walk with me and don't bother me with questions until I raise the thing to you. Moses agreed to the term. And you know what? They set out and they embarked in a boat. And the man put a hole in the boat. You're in a boat and a man put a hole in the boat. Moses couldn't wait to ask him. And he wasn't patient at all. He said, have you made a hole in it to drown us? You surely have done a grievous thing. Now look at what he's accusing the wise men of doing. Look at the word grievous, grievous, grievous. What is a grievous thing? A thing that brings grief. It's the thing that produces loss and brings about grief as a result of loss. The man got a boat, we in the boat, you putting a hole in the man's boat, the man agreed to give you a ride, you drilling a hole in the boat. What's wrong with you? Isn't that normal that you would think like that? Show you how emotion will mess you up. He got emotional. So grief. See, grief is an emotion. Loss. Suffering loss. An emotion gets over you. Look at this man. He put a hole in the boat. I can't swim. The wise man said, did I not say you couldn't have patience with me? He said, oh, blame me not for what I forgot, and don't be hard on me for what I did. I'm sorry. So they went on. The wise man let him come. They met a little boy. And the wise man slew the boy. Killed him. Moses said, wait a minute. Have you slain an innocent person? Not guilty of slaying nobody? Now, it ain't grievous no more. You did a horrible thing. See, when you're emotional and don't have a lot of knowledge, you start making judgment. That's a grievous thing you did. That's a horrible thing you did, because you don't know. What are you judging from? You see something, it don't look good. It's a hole in the boat. You did. Grievous. Here's a little boy. You killed the boy. Terrible. Horrible. I regret the day I ever thought to follow a man like you. The wise man said, did I not say to you that you couldn't have patience with me? Now that wise man either must have known what he was doing. But Moses was following so emotional, he couldn't follow well. Well, they went on. They came to a people of a town. They asked the people for food, but they refused to entertain the people, entertain the wise man and Moses as guests. And as they walked on, they found a wall which was on the point of falling. So the wise man put the wall into a right state. Moses said, if you had wished, you could have gotten paid for that. You asked them for some food, they didn't want to feed you. You see a wall broke down, you go fix the wall. You didn't even ask the people for some food and some money. You see us here hungry? What the hell is wrong with you? You wise or fool? Of course, I'm adding to it, you know what I mean? But that's, take a flame. That's the Negroes popping up out of the book. So the wise man said, well, this is the parting between me and you. We're gonna break company now. And let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. When you deal emotionally, when you're trying to follow God, at a certain point, you're going to have to part company with God. And God will part company with you. Because God ain't never dealing on emotion. There's a practical wisdom in everything that he does.
Y'all hear that?
Will part company with you. You deal emotionally. The wise man said, well, this is the parting between me and you. We're gonna break company now. And let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. When you deal emotionally, when you're trying to follow God, at a certain point, you're gonna have to part company with God. And God will part company with you. Because God ain't never dealing on emotion. There's a practical wisdom in everything that he does. And as long as you're thinking emotionally, subjectively over loss and pain and hurt, you'll never see the big picture of the way God thinks. So God, the wise man said, well, we got to part now. Now I will inform you of the significance of that with which you could not have patience with me. As for the boat, it belonged to poor people working on the river. And I intended to damage it. For behind them a king who seized every boat by force. See? I saw what you didn't see. A king was coming, seizing boats by force. These were poor people who used their boat. I put a hole in the boat so the boat would sink, so that when the wicked king who was confiscating boats came, they wouldn't lose their boat. And when the wicked king passed over, he could go and get his boat, patch the hole, and sail on. But see, you couldn't have patience with me because you couldn't see. And you didn't believe enough in me to walk. And so you became emotional and got lost. He said, as for the boy, he said, his parents were believers, and we feared lest he should involve them in wrongdoing and disbelief. So we intended that their Lord might give them in his place one better in purity and nearer to mercy. A brother said, I heard that a brother said, when a question was asked, would you die for the minister? And the person said, I see the good that the minister's doing. If I thought the enemy would hurt him, I would die to protect him. Well, you don't die for him, you die for your children. You don't even know the minister. Yes. I ask you, how many of you know your children? You only die for your children because they're yours. You don't know what they're going to turn out. You got a little baby in your arms. Hitler was a little baby too. Every evil demon on earth was a baby once. They cooed and they cute. Hey, you don't know what you're holding. You don't know what you're rocking. You hope you're rocking some child of consequence. Huh. But God knows what your child is. Look at what the Quran says. I created you in the womb. And one of you is a believer. And the other is a disbeliever. You don't know when you have a baby which one is and which one isn't. God knows. So if God saw righteous parents bringing forth a child that would bring them to grief and cause them to be involved in wrongdoing, many of you don't even have the courage to speak to your children properly when they're involved in wrongdoing, and sometimes even in your goodness, you're weak and your children involve you in wrongdoing. Mama, it's true. I'm out there selling drugs, Mama. But they're going to buy it from somebody, Mama. I see you here scuffling, Mama. True. I'm out there. Even in your goodness.
Right.
Speak to your children properly when they're involved in wrongdoing, and sometimes even in your goodness, you're weak and your children involve you in wrongdoing. Mama, it's true. I'm out there selling drugs, Mama. But they're going to buy it from somebody, Mama. I see you here scuffling, Mama. Praying all the time for some money. Well, here I come, Mama, with the answer to your prayers. I just made $700 selling some crack. Here, Mama, you got 5. I'll take 2. Mama said, now, boy, you know you shouldn't do that, but I'll take the 5. I'm going to pray for you, boy, but I got to pay this rent. See how a righteous mother, because of poverty and straightness of means and condition, can be led into sin by a wayward son. Anytime you take the money, you're involved in unrighteousness. You're encouraging your boy to continue in a path, even if you're poor, reject the money. For the principle of righteousness is bigger than the money, and trust in God to bring you money in a more righteous way. Yeah. I know you ain't applauding too heavy on that one. Because there's very few of us that can turn down money when it don't come righteously. I was in California recently, and a brother came to me and said, there's a man outside, Reverend so-and-so and so-and-so. He has several $1,000s that he wants to bring and put directly in your hand. I said, that's very nice, brother. Tell him to put it in your hand and give him a receipt for it. That's right. That's right. I ain't seen the man or the money. Why you won't put the money directly in my hand? That's very nice. But that's not the way to get to me by offering me money. He thought when he said there'd be thousands of dollars, I would say, fling wide the gates. Move back, God. Let that man in. Money don't mean that much to me. You come right to me I was a young minister, and a man bought me a beautiful briefcase. I accepted the gift. I said, "Thank you for the gift, brother. I really appreciate that." I said, "But if you mess up, I'm going to double the punishment to you. Because if you think you can buy me with a little briefcase, I just want you to know that the law is the law. Don't you mess up, brother, because it'd be double time for you. Thank you for the briefcase." You can't be like God and let nobody buy you. You can't buy God. God is not a whore. And any man or woman that is a whore, you're not of God. You got to be right and stand up for a righteous principle. And don't bend on that principle. Die on that principle before you let somebody make you give up what is right for a few dollars. My son was with me when I was talking with them in Saudi Arabia. Billionaires. And I talked to them like I had the money. And they were poverty stricken. I said, "I ain't come here to beg you for nothing. Allah is sufficient for me." I say, "You got wealth now, but it can be taken from you in the twinkling of an eye." Yes. Did I say so? Yes, sir. See, when you try to make me a prostitute, that's when you make me rise up, or the God in me. I don't like that. I don't like nobody to think you can buy me with nothing. No. And that's the way you gotta be. If you want freedom, liberation, you don't let nobody take you off your goal for some trinket. Things you will get. But once you give up a principle, you get the thing, but you're very unhappy. That's why Judas, after he sold Jesus out for the 30 pieces of silver, he went and hung himself. He couldn't enjoy the money because he lost a principle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now I'm talking to the sisters, you know? Boy, the money, unhappy. Things you will get. But once you give up a principle, you get the thing, but you're very unhappy. That's why Judas, after he sold Jesus out for the 30 pieces of silver, he went and hung himself. He couldn't enjoy the money because he lost a principle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now I'm talking to the sisters, you know? Your virtue is more valuable than any price that any man can give. Your virtue is more valuable than any price that any man can give. And you must never compromise the principle upon which your virtue is based until and unless there's a firm commitment to you. You understand what I'm saying? Because usually, when a man can get to you without a commitment, and he don't think nothing of you, and he walks away from you, and then treats you like dirt. Emotions. This man killed that baby because he knew in the long term the baby would bring grief. So he took it as a baby, knowing that the Lord would give them in the baby's place one better in purity and nearer to mercy. Isn't that beautiful? So when you lose your children, have a miscarriage, don't fall to pieces. You don't know what's going on in the future. You don't know what's in God's mind. He's the best knower. Yes, it's painful to carry a baby for 9 months or so, or 6 months, or 3 months and lose it. It's even worse to have it for a year or two and lose it. But if you lose it, do you believe that God is good? Then trust him enough to say, you give and you take away. Just make sure it's not your negligence. Because if it's your negligence, then you're going to suffer with that. But if it's God taking it, then so be it. Now, I'm going to close this beginning of this lecture. I'd like to close by looking at the Persian Gulf and how God is looking at it. When I left Baghdad, I put my hand over my heart, as I said Sunday, with sadness and tears from my eyes as I took off and looked at the beautiful city of Baghdad, knowing that it would not be that beautiful a week from the time that I left. That was emotional, wasn't it? I looked at the people, the young men in the hotel who served us, some of them from Africa, some of them from different parts of the world, living in Iraq, working in Iraq, and as I shook their hands, I wondered, would we ever see each other again? That's natural. That's emotional. I thought when I went to Baghdad that I should do everything I could to try to get peace, because I love Muslims. I love Islam. And I love all those black brothers and sisters of mine and Hispanic brothers and sisters that are sitting out in the Gulf due to no fault of theirs. They just wanted a job and the white man sent them out there. I don't want to see my brothers die. So I said, I got to do everything I can for the sake of peace. But when I was on my way there and I told you the little wheel was outside of the plane, one of the wheels, what they call an unidentified flying object, flying saucer, and that red light was going, what Allah was showing me, you can't stop this. For this is what I have ordered. I'm the one behind this war, not Bush. And I said it in my speech. I said, this don't belong to Bush nor Saddam Hussein. This is the day of God. And as I looked at Saddam Hussein, and maybe you saw him on television today in an interview that they took, after they bombed and bombed and bombed, that's right, the man comes out in a suit. That's right. That's right. And looking sharp. That's right. That's right. And he sat down, and Bush looked kind of tired and beat. Yes, he did. And ain't no bomb fell on Bush. That's right. Bush dropping all kind of bombs on this man, and he's at peace. And he's talking about when they asked him, what chance? And do you think you have a chance to win? He said, we don't have one chance in a million of losing. Not one chance in a million of losing. Now the man has just been bombed and bombed, and he's talking like that. Now he didn't look crazy to me. His eyes wasn't going up and looking wild. I said, man, this man here is resolute, he's convinced, and he's ready. Here's the God part of it. God is saying, I'm going to give nations for your life. You are my people. I am your God. You have suffered 400 years in the house of bondage. And now I've come and chosen you to be my people, and I'm going to be your God. You're a foolish people, but I'm going to make you the wisest people that ever lived, because I'm going to share my mind with you. I'm going to bring you up into my thinking. As the prophet said, this is the Lord's doing. And it is marvelous in our sight, for the stone that the builders rejected has become the headstone of the corner. See? I'm going to do this for you because I love you. Now I'm going to sacrifice lives for you. This is the way God thinks. It ain't mathematics. I mean, it ain't emotional. It's pure mathematics. Now look at this. He knew that the white man was coming to rule. He allowed him to rule. He ain't thinking emotional. I'm going to let the white man rule. The angel said he's going to create mischief and cause the shedding of blood. He said, I know that. I know that. I know. But I know what you don't know. I know why he's permitted to do this. There's a good end coming behind. The race is not to the swift, but to the one that can endure to the end. The white man come and found our fathers in Africa. You think God didn't see him? God let him do it. Yes, sir. And we were brought out of Africa. Look how many millions of us lost our lives in the Middle Passage. Right. God knew it, but he ain't emotional. He ain't saying, oh, this is terrible. What are you doing, God? I'm making a people for my glory. Well, how do you make people for your glory? I don't try them with silver and gold. I try them and prepare them in the furnace of affliction. Oh, some of you are going to die. But the good end is for those of your seed that can endure. I'm going to make a strong people. Yes, sir. I don't want the weak ones.
Y'all hold on just a minute. Oh, y'all who chilling with me, just hold on just a minute. Oh, y'all who chilling with me, just hold on just a minute. Oh, y'all who chilling with me, just hold on. Yeah, y'all hold on. Oh, look good out here, sir. Okay. Surprised my fucking charger did.
I want this full. So the middle passage will weed out the weak ones. And only the strongest of the strong will make it from Africa to the Americas, because they're going to undergo something that no people have ever undergone, and the weak ones will die out. It's like sperm coming in the vaginal tract. All the sperm don't get to the egg. It's only one. All the rest of them die and become food for the others. The race is not to the swift. God ain't emotional. Look at all the sperm that I lost. But look at the one that did the job. That's right. God don't think like you think. There ain't no emotion in it. He knew we were going to get beat up. He said, let it be. If he didn't say in the bin. Now you can look at the white man all you want. That no good white man, that dirty dog, that low down this. Well, God is the one that put him on the track. That's right. Now, which one are you going to call God that? See, you get all emotional like that fool trying to follow a wise man. Look at this horrible thing you done. You brought us into slavery and let us suffer like this. What kind of God is you? He said, told you couldn't have patience with me. But Job had patience with me, and that's why he came out in the end on the winning side. Can you walk with me? This is God walking you through suffering. Huh? Yeah. You see your fathers hung up on trees, drowned in the rivers and the lake. God said, let it be. Because in the end, I'm going to destroy your enemies. But out of that will come a people so great, unlike any generation that has ever been fashioned. Because they'll be like, the super roach and super rat. You pour all this mess on them, and then they get immune to it, and they start growing with it, getting fat off it. This white man has put more death and poison on you, but look at you, brother. Look at you. You're the strongest of the strong. Yes, sir. That's right, sisters. You're the strongest of the strong. No other people could have undergone this and made it. You made it through. And now God is ready to bring you up into his mind. Jesus said you can't put new wine in an old wineskin, lest the wineskin break and the wine spill out. He's trying to say, I can't put new wisdom in this old vessel, so I'm going to make you new. So when you come to the nation, you don't come, brother, thinking that you're going to understand everything just so, but come with the understanding that God is going to put you through something to make you something. Right. So when you get a little buffeting over here and a little shaking over there and a little hurt over here and a little rejection over here, don't get excited because worse things happen to Jesus. Yes. Don't give up. Don't get emotional. You see what happened? I became a believer. I gave my money. I sold papers. I did whatever they told me to do. Then what happened? They had picking somebody to be a lieutenant, and it passed right over me. It shows that person, and they didn't work as hard as me. They didn't do as much as me. I don't see how they get. I'm leaving. You mean you don't blow the course, man, over something like that? Right. If I had known you were such a punk, I would never have invited you to this, man. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Course, man. They had somebody to be a lieutenant, and it passed right over me. It shows that person, and they didn't work as hard as me. They didn't do as much as me. I don't see how they get. I'm leaving. You mean you're gonna blow the course, man, over something like that? Right. If I had known you were such a punk, I would never have invited you to this, man. Yes, sir. I know that's terrible language. But you start acting very emotional when you don't get what you want, when you want it. Same way with you, sister. You don't get what you want when you want it, and you get uptight. Wind in your jaws. We're gonna get a divorce, that's what it is. Just at the time your good fortune is about to come, you will blow it with a divorce. Some of you sisters can't have patience with a man when a man don't want to work for the white man. I want to just mention that for a minute. You happy with the man long as he working with the white man bringing home big money. Why you leave your good paying job? He said, baby, I want to do something to help myself. For what? Wasn't you helping yourself with AT&T? 6 months later, things going down. I told you, you should have stayed at AT&T. Now look, I'm sitting up here in this nasty apartment. They done took my TV. I can't see how the world turns no more. If you don't go back to AT&T, I'm gonna leave you. Poor man, he comes to the FOI. I'm trying to do something for myself. I'm about to lose my family. You know, sisters, you gotta know when you got a good man. He give you signs that this is a good man, but when he gets in a down, don't kick him. Help him. Encourage him. You can do it. Make him go for himself. You don't want no man always up under the white man tied to him. Right. You want a man that wants to think like a man. The money is not more important than the man being a man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, brothers, that don't mean that money ain't important now. I don't want you to think that you can have a home on romance. The old saying was coming along when I was a little boy that romance without finance is a nuisance. And that's about right. In fact, if you ain't got no finance, it's hard to get some romance. Let the church say amen. Brothers and sisters, very seriously though. Yes, sir. The wives should encourage their husbands. Keep after them to break free, and if they break free, make them know that they can survive, they can do it. And when a woman is by your side to help you, particularly when you're down, brother, when you get up, remember her. When you get up, don't walk away from her. When you get up, remember her. And anything that you can do to make life happy for her, do it for her. Don't be selfish, brothers. I mean, the brothers like to look sharp, don't we, brothers? I mean, we like them fine suits and shoes. Come on now, brothers, you know. Like them sharp. But you got a wife with all these run-over shoes. She got a dress on that, well, she done patched the dress till the dress is one patch. And you kind of glad that in the mosque they separate the brothers from the sisters so that nobody would know she's connected to you. We sharp as a tack, she raggedy as a bowl of yakima. Whatever that is. And brothers, I'm telling you, I used to be like that. I gotta tell the truth. Say confession is good for the soul, you know. When I was a young minister, a young man, cause I was poor and raggedy, brother, that's the truth. But I would buy them used suits out of the pawn shop. You Somebody died and left it. It wasn't quite my size. It looked big in the shoulders, short in the hips. I mean, what the heck? It was new. But my wife didn't have that. She wear them shoes till the heel was, kind of run over. And I came to Chicago one day, and the messenger's wife looked at my wife's shoes. And she called me. She said, Brother Lewis, she said, this is a shame. I thought so much better of you than this. Look at your shoes and look at your wife's. Look at your suit and look at her. He said, Sister Betsy, here, take this money and go get you a pair of shoes. That shame me down and straighten me up. Brother, if you gotta walk in dungarees, keep your woman sharp. You get more credit in overalls. Walking in the mosque with clean overalls. Brother, where's your suit? Well, you understand? I ironed my overalls. That's the best I could do, but that's my wife. And them is my children. And his wife is dressed, brother. Children sharp. Put her first. And God will put you first. Don't never put your woman last. Put her first. Buy for her, then for you. Buy for the children, then for you. And if there ain't nothing left, then patch. And walk with your woman. And if some dude said, look at that raggedy nigga, your wife will go smack him upside his head. Brothers, I'm not telling you anything wrong. It sounds kind of wrong. But that's emotional. You look at the thing subjectively. But if you look at it objectively, brother, as Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, they don't measure civilization by the man. They measure civilization by her. And sisters, that's why I'm telling you, cover and be beautiful. Because if you want to show yourself, like in the days of ignorance, your bosom out, and other parts exposed, this drags us as men. Don't it, brother? You walking down the street with her, the dog's barking, the drunk is slobbering, and you wake up when she walk by, ooh. And you feeling bad, you want to fight everybody. Now you don't have to do that. But sister, man get real jealous over what it is. And that's intelligent, brother. That's not emotional. So jealousy is an emotion, brother, but that's something to get wind in your jaw. This is my wife. And what is hers? If she my wife, that's mine. Well, I don't want you examining my goods. You might like what you see. And I have to kill you for trying to get what don't belong. Why y'all gonna put your husband in that shameful position? Brothers, dress her. And if you dress her, try to help her to choose garments that are beautiful, but not revealing. Can you see what I'm saying, sister? You mad with me for saying that?
Right on time.
No, sisters, when you're beautiful, you want everybody to know. I understand. That's the way this world is. And you are beautiful. But sisters, don't attract men to you on that cheap principle. Because when you're beautiful, somebody else in the seat behind you, more beautiful. That's all you thinking on. Oh, you done lost your husband already. Always gonna be somebody more beautiful than you. But you're most beautiful to him. And you closed his eyes to some other people. And that's what you got to do. Closing his eyes. And you close his eyes by being yourself. What is yourself? A righteous Muslim. Well, I guess so much for lesson number 1 on emotion and thinking like God. There's so much on this subject that I really want to say. But if from this point tonight, when you have a decision to make, let's try to see if we can put our feelings under our intelligence. Try it. Something simple.
Wish I could get it sitting on something better. I left my
Try
gun.
it. Something simple.
I'm gonna take on a walk, baby.
I can pass me. For $175. Now, emotion would say, everybody on the block got some of them shit. I want that. What's $175? You got it? No, but I can steal. Now, that's a decision that you're going to make. Based on what? Emotion. So you're going to beat your brother over a pair of shoes, over a jacket? That's madness, brother. Think. What is a shoe for? To cover the foot. To allow you to walk in a nasty environment without hurting your foot. Now, I got on snake skin. I could wear Tom McCann just as nice. But I could afford the snake skin. That's right. Maybe you can. Wear what you can afford. The idea is to cover your foot, not to keep up with the Joneses. That's right. That's right. I wear a leather coat. I went and bought it. I liked it. Yes, sir. It had mink on the inside. I bought it. I could afford it. I'm not trying to lead you to break your neck to try to keep up with me. You'll be able to wear the best, but don't start there. I didn't. Start where it's comfortable for you. That's thinking unemotional. That's very mathematical, very practical. I'm just going to get me a pair of shoes. I want the best, but I can't afford it. When you go to buy a car, what do you really want? You want the best. Anybody in here that don't want the best, raise your hand. You see the hands raised, brothers? You know why you want the best? Because you are the best. You are the best. But if you cannot afford the best, then you gotta suppress the emotion and heighten the reason. But I do want a Mercedes-Benz. I just can't afford that bad boy. But I do want to ride. So I'm gonna get me a Chevy. It ain't the best, but I'll get the best in the Chevy department. They got this nice looking Caprice. It ain't what I want, but it's what I can afford right now. And I know the white man not gonna come and get it 3 months from now because I can't make the payment. Think intelligently, brother. You're gonna be able to get the best that is in the world, but you don't start there. You start where you can afford. Sisters, don't force your husband into debt. Debt makes a man a slave. Do you want a slave? You don't. Lies. Anytime you go downtown and buy your living room set and your bedroom set and your washing machine and your dryer and your refrigerator and sign on the dotted line, you're making somebody a slave. The moment you can't pay the bill, here come a nasty letter, then a phone call, then somebody knocking on your door, coming to take their stuff, because you haven't paid for it yet. See how people put you down when your desires are more than your ability? Keep your emotion in check by intelligent, practical, mathematical logic. And you grow strong economically, brothers and sisters. Yes, don't spend beyond your means. Yes. Why did Donald B. Elijah's mama tell us that the diameter of the earth is 7,926 miles? Because if the diameter is 7,926 miles, then you know what the circumference is. Because C is pi d. That's a formula. Yes. So if the diameter is 7,926 miles and pi is 22/7, so 3.14, then you multiply 3.14 by the diameter and you got the circumference, 24,896 miles. Well, if you know the diameter of your paycheck, don't live in space. Come on. Go ahead, brother. Come on. Can you imagine somebody jumping off in space? It's peaceful out here. You weren't made to live in space. You are not a space cadet. So when you know you only make $300 a week, $250 a week, $500 a week, your wife makes $1,000 a week. Usually she makes more than the brother. Oh, that's a terrible thing when they do that, brother. That sure puts you in a terrible squeeze, don't it?
Yes, sir.
She make more money than you, talk stronger. After a while, you start looking like Mickey Mouse or talking like Donald Duck in the house, looking more like Goofy. After a while, that sure puts you in a terrible squeeze.
That's screenshot it.
1,000 a week. Usually she make more than the brother. That's a terrible thing when they do that, brother. That sure puts you in a terrible squeeze, don't it? She make more money than you, talk stronger. After a while, you start looking like Mickey Mouse or talking like Donald Duck in the house, looking more like Goofy. That's a shame. But whatever your salary is, that's the diameter. Then you know the circumference of your reality. Live within your reality. And if you live within your reality, and I live within mine, then it's spheres within spheres, then pretty soon God will grow your reality. If you can accept where you are and build from there. But if you're going to just live in dreams now, you got Rolls Royce taste, but Volkswagen pocketbook. Sister said, did you say get a bicycle, sister? Now, I don't mean to bore you with this, but because of the emotion, that's how the Jew and the white boy stays in power. You go downtown to buy a suit, and he laid a suit on you, say, this is beautiful. He snatches it in the back and pulls it. It's really beautiful, fits beautiful. Put on them funny colored lights, and you swear it's the color you thought, you know what I mean? And he charges you double the money. And if you find where the white man, the smart white man, buy his clothes, he buys $500 suits for $150. He don't spend no $500, only you. And you working weeks, hustling months. For what, sister? I told my wife when I married her, boy, and that's why it ain't nothing too good for her now. Nothing. Anything I can give her, she got it. Because she never raised her voice at me when we were just eating meat. I made $44.10 a week. 90 cents they took out for Social Security or whatnot. And they give me $44 in my hand. I had a wife and 3 children. I went upstairs to look at my TV. It was an old raggedy TV, but it was. I didn't buy no new TV. I bought what I could afford. Because I told my wife I wasn't having no white man come to my door and threaten me over no bill because I'd kill him. You don't try to make no boy out of me when my God and my messenger trying to make a man out of me. Right. And I'm not going to let you talk to me like I'm some chump because I owe you some money, because in the first place, I'm going to try not to owe you no money. Right. I said, baby, whatever we can afford, that's what we can. Ain't no emotion involved in this. I went to an old store. I wanted a rug on the floor. And I saw a beautiful rug for $20. You couldn't come to my house and say that that was a $20 rug. I bought an old good rug for $20. Give that man that 20. We were so happy when we spread that bad boy out in our raggedy apartment. We got our first rug. I found some old sofa and chair, and I put them on my back and took them to a place that reupholsters, and worked several weeks and got the money up, bought the fabric from where I worked. Got what they call seconds or remnants, and put a beautiful set together. You couldn't come in my living room and know that that was a set that I just found, but it was mine, and wasn't nobody coming to my door to take nothing.
That's right. Y'all hold on, clean the screen off, son, man. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back. I promise you. We'll be right back.
Only thing I had to do was the kitchen set. You understand? I want to beautify my little apartment. I'm not no a mechanical man, but I learned. I'm up there putting wallpaper. Wallpaper up. Doing the best I could. My wife sitting there looking at me, laughing. But I was trying. When you make $45 a week, what you gonna do? I couldn't hire no wallpaper man to come in. I'm the wallpaper man. I hired myself. I had 5 rooms, didn't have no furniture but for 3. So I closed off 2. Just was practical, that's all. Today I don't have to do that no more. Today I can go and buy a car off the floor. So I'll take that. On credit? No. Cash. But I've been at this going on 40 years. You just got started. Don't try to do that. I hope you don't have to start as bad as I started. Maybe you can start on a higher level, but I'm telling you, if you don't use emotion, that's one of the things Elijah Muhammad drilled into us. We don't work like that. We don't try to keep up with the Joneses. We do the best we got. If we got to eat off a crate, get you some fabric and dress up the crate. Nobody got to know it's an orange crate. Get you some material and put some frills on it. Dress it up. You can take a towel or something with it. That's what the MGT and GCC class is all about. It's to teach a woman how to take nothing and make something out of it. But sisters, don't try and tell the sisters to be poor if they got means that they can do better. Live within your means. But don't look down on one Muslim or one person that does not live like you live. When I first came to Chicago as a Muslim and I saw the way the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's children were living, it was inspirational to me. They had beautiful apartments. It was apartments in those days. But Sister Ethel Sharif, she actually knew how to upholster furniture. And her furniture was magnificent. They made their drapes and their house was laid out. And when I saw that, I went back home. I had an idea now to make my own house look better. Wherever you live, make it look better. Right? Stop spending your money on cigarettes and alcohol and cocaine and foolishness. Spending $6 and $7 a week to go to the movie to watch some love scene. Yeah, you and your wife get together in front of a mirror and pay yourself the $6. I'm sorry, be unemotional about this. Be practical. it's time for me to go. Every one of you Muslims, get these lessons and start studying the supreme wisdom and come up into the mind of God. I thank you so much for studying the supreme wisdom. Harry, be unemotional about
I
this.
need that book.
Be practical. I think it's time for me to go. Every one of you Muslims, get these.
I need that book.
Lessons and start studying.
The supreme lessons.
Every one of you Muslims, get these lessons and start studying the supreme wisdom
The supreme wisdom.
and come up into the mind of God. I thank you so much for coming out tonight. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum. Everybody, please hold their seat. Please hold your seat till the minister is left.
I need that book.
Thank you.
That's the joint right there, supreme wisdom. I bet you I get it.
I thank you very much.
I gotta read it.
For just a beautiful evening.
Supreme wisdom.
I'm sorry for the brothers that had to stand most of the night.
I gotta get that today. Let me make sure that's the same book that he held it.
Coming out tonight. May Allah bless you. And come up into the mind. Muslims, get
Supreme wisdom.
these lessons and start studying the supreme wisdom and come up into the mind of God. I thank you so much for coming out tonight. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
But everybody, please hold their seat. Please hold your seat till the minister is left. Come on there, brother. Thank you. Would you just have a seat, please? Please have a seat. I thank you very much, all of you, for just a beautiful evening. Thank you. I'm sorry for the brothers that had to stand most of the night. Brothers, it's really good to see all of you. And I hope that every one of you will become members of the Nation of Islam and come into the FOI, and let's get busy and go to work and start building for ourselves and our people. All of the sisters, you filled up your space and came all the way over on the brother's side. Did you get something out of this tonight? I hope that the next time I see you, you'll be able to tell me that you made a decision about something in your life that was mathematical and not emotional. And every time you suppress emotion in favor of higher powers of reasoning, you will always be making the right decision. Do that, brothers and sisters. And let's see how quickly we can get our emotions under control. And when we do that, we'll find more peace in our lives and less strife, because we won't be basing things on feelings. We'll be basing things on knowledge, actual facts. Okay? It's late now. It's almost 10 o'clock. I think it is about 10. About 10. I was going to take questions, but we'll do that at another time. I think if I'm here next week, it'll be the will of Allah next Wednesday night.
Yes, sir.
I'll be back if it is the will of Allah. Yes, my dear sister. Wa alaikum salam. The seventh seal? Yes, ma'am. I will explain as best I can after what I've been taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yes, the book of Revelations is a very, very, very powerful, powerful book. And next week on Wednesday, if it is the will of Allah, I would like to try to answer as many of your questions as possible. So many of you have very good questions that you would like to ask. And unfortunately, we have not been here to try to answer your questions. But I'm so glad that I'm off the road now. And I really want to stay right among you and work with you as best I can. I'm going to be in the school with Sister Shelby and with Brother Abdullah and Sister Ava. I want to invite the older girls and boys this Sunday to the home of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for dinner. I want all of the senior and the older boys from 13 or 12 up to, what do you have, a juniors, a sophomore? Junior. What are those ages? 14 to 17. And all of the girls from what age? From the same age. If you don't mind, I'd like to have you all for dinner this Sunday. And I will, a sister requested that I spend as much time as I can with the youth. I want to spend time with the task force, with the young brothers. I want us to have a class that I myself will teach for the young brothers and sisters. It'll be based on nothing but the lessons till we become as close as we can to become masters of this. So I'm just going to work with you. And then we are setting it up so that economically, with the help of God, we've got to be able to provide jobs. Yes, sir. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the mosque is the employment office, not the unemployment office. Right. So we got to set it up in a way that we can create jobs. If the white man ain't going to do it for us, then we got to do it for ourselves, brothers. So I just want you to know you're in the right place. And all these beautiful young men that I see, so many new faces that I don't know, that have been joining the ranks since I've been on the road. What a great honor to meet you, to see you in the ranks. And those of you who are wondering or thinking whether you should become a part of this, man, there ain't nothing better than this. That's right. That's right. Let me say this. Brothers, with all due respect, the streets have gone crazy. And the only people that have the moral authority to demand and are the Muslims. So we have to take our program out of the mosque into the streets and try to bring some sanity to our streets, that we can put a stop to our people killing and destroying each other. You young brothers, come on and let's get trained. You can't go go out there in the street untrained. You have to be seen as a moral force, but a force that can take care of all the business that's necessary to be taken care of. You understand what I'm saying? And we just got to go and get our people together. I hope you will help me to do that. Will you? Sisters, we have a wonderful class. The MGT class, the Muslims, girls in training, general civilization. That's a wonderful class. And I don't want any sister to feel offended by the name girl. Because most of you are very mature and you have little girls. And some of you feel it's kind of degrading to be called a Muslim girl in training. But if you really understand girl, that's a great name. Because see, the things that you do as a woman are the things that you've learned of a world that disrespects and degrades and mistreats women and spoils and destroys girls. But when you come under God, He removes the need to be wily. He removes the need to use all your skills, feminine skills. You understand what I'm talking about? And you begin to feel very, very young again. Brand new in the presence of God and His Spirit. You actually feel like a girl. Because with God, you'll never be a woman. With God, you'll always be His little girl. You'll grow up one day to be the woman, of course. But you'll be the woman of God. Because you were civilized as a girl into the knowledge and wisdom of God. So don't feel bad. Feel good about a class like that. You need to know how to sew. They charge awful money for clothes. Every Muslim woman in the days when we were coming along had a sewing machine. And we got skilled seamstresses in here that can teach you how to sew so you can make your own garments and make the garments of your girls and their beautiful garments with the finest material, but you don't have to spend all that money that you spend downtown or cross town or wherever. You gotta learn how to cook. You can't keep no man with no burger. I know you pretty, sister, but don't think that prettiness and French fries is gonna keep you married. You gotta learn how to cook. Anything wrong with that? But what about the man? Oh, that man not cook too? This man gotta learn how to prepare a future for himself and you and the children. He can learn how to cook. And if he does, he probably... Some of these brothers can cook better than the sisters. And you got a good man that know how to cook, he'll teach you how to cook. That's the way it was with Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He taught all the sisters. I never learned, you know what I mean? But I'm cooking in other ways. All right. Thank you. May Allah bless you as I greet you in peace. I hope to see you next Wednesday. This coming Sunday, H.M.L.F, son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. will be here, and I'd like you to come out to hear him and encourage him. His maiden voyage, so to speak. But he's a powerful young man.
You said that back then. Brother H.M.L. What's up? You said that back then. Screenshot.
Encourage him. His maiden voyage, so to speak. But he's a powerful young man. Has a lot of feeling and love for his people. He's grown up in Mexico. His father planted his family down there in Mexico. He's learned the language, the culture, the people, and he's grown with a very broad knowledge. But his heart is here in America with his people. And he said he's ready now to help me, to help Father. So if you want to hear some real good teaching, all you young brothers and sisters that's coming to my home for dinner, don't you bypass the mosque. If you don't go to the mosque Sunday, don't come to me. You go to the mosque first, and I'll have dinner for you after. May Allah bless you. Thank you all.
I like that.
Gotta cut off the up.
Don't go nowhere. I got more for y'all. I got a lot of more. A lot of more. Probably another full day.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, we give him praise and thanks for his mercy and his goodness to the human family. The greatest of God's mercies is that whenever any segment of the human family departs from his straight path and loses his divine favor, before he punishes them, he raises from among that people a prophet or a messenger to guide them back to his path, that they may avert a painful chastisement. But he does it by giving them that which is called divine revelation. Divine revelation is that which opens the door for a people who are down to come to greatness, because what God reveals is more of himself and more of the secrets of this marvelous thing that we call universe. And when he shares with us the richness of his knowledge, he can raise us from ignominy to greatness. And that is why we thank Allah for Moses and the Torah. We thank him for Jesus and the gospel. And we thank him for Muhammad and the Quran. And all of the prophets that ever appeared in any part of the world. We thank him for them, and we believe in them and the scriptures that they brought. I am a student of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I could never thank Allah enough for his intervention in our affairs in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, the great Mahdi or guide, who came among us and raised a black man from among us to guide us, who were lost, back to a path that will bring us again into divine favor by giving us also divine revelation. I thank him for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I greet all of you, my dear brothers and sisters,
with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
To Dr. Terry Mason, my brother, my friend and companion in struggle, to the president of this great institution of learning, to the speakers who spoke before me, and to each and every one of you that are present, I'm very, very honored and humbled to have this opportunity to speak to you, particularly the young brothers and sisters whose future is in front of us. And as I, as an elder, see myself going down into the valley of death, I look over my shoulders at those who are reaching the top of the mountain of their strength. And I wonder, what kind of generation will we leave to inherit either the mantle of our stupidity, listen to me good now, to inherit the mantle of our cowardice, to inherit the mantle of our fear, to stand up like men and women to accept the responsibility that life gives to every creature. And that is the
creature must do something for itself. No creature begs another for its sustenance. You will never see a yellow bird in a line looking to a black bird for a worm. Have I made my point? So why should you, as a creature of a God who made even worms do for themselves, but you looking for somebody else to educate you, to make a job for you, to create business for you, because we have not done these things for ourselves. So, in my short time to be with you this morning, I want to talk on health, but health starts with the health of your mind. For as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And if somebody can control that which you see, taste, hear, smell, and feel, they are feeding that which gives you thought. And you are not what you are, you're what you think. And what you think is really what you are. So don't tell me I'm a Muslim. Don't tell me I'm a Christian. Don't tell me I have a doctorate or a master's or I'm black. You are what you think. And if you think like a dog, then you'll act like a dog. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. God brought us from our mother's wombs and put us in a book. There is no book that you read here in this institution or at Harvard or Yale or Oxford or Howard that is equal to the book that God brought you into. When your mother gave birth to you, she birthed you into the universe of God's wisdom. The Holy Quran says, in everything that Allah created, in it is a lesson for man if man would be mindful. The Bible says it a little differently, but it's the same principle. He says, "O thou sluggard, Go to the earth, study the ways of the ant, and become wise. You ain't looking at ants. You're not looking at birds. You're not looking at trees. You're not looking at this universe to get superior thought. You're buried in books from scholars that are not absolute in nothing that you study, that give you an inferior knowledge, while a superior knowledge is above your head and beneath your feet and all around you. But as long as I can keep you reading a book written by a half-learned scholar, and I can keep feeding your mind stupidity of a degenerate culture, keeping your head in your crotch or in somebody else's, then you will always be a substandard, inferior being, not even human yet. There's only one race, it's the human race. Shut up. Shut up. You talk as the foolish. You're not yet human. To be human is to master what comes from the earth. Humus, huh? Your body is from the earth, but you're not mastering it. It is mastering you. And the very spirit is dead and buried under the flesh and fleshly desires and fleshly pursuits. How dare you bring people to college and tell them that the only way you get a good job is through an education? So you make a job the aim of education, when cultivation of what God has put within, so that you can be what the scripture says you are, not a glory, but the glory of God. You can never be that until that which God has put within has been cultivated through a process that is called education, that you may glorify your Creator, because every one of you is a giant. You didn't hear me. I have never met a human being that I have not met in that human being my superior. I'm going to say it again. I have never met a human being, I don't care what their color is, where they come from. If they're in the deep jungles of the Amazon, in South America or in Africa, I have never met a human that I didn't find my superior in that human, whether that human being knows that he's superior to me in some respect. I know it. And the sad thing about this world and its pseudo-education is that it is not cultivating what is in the so-called human being, that we can truly become human and reflections of the divine. When I meet you, you will always see me bowing. Could be a child, but I'm looking at that child and I see God. I don't have to die and go someplace to see God. The Bible says, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. I know you're not supposed to add to the word of God, but I took that liberty. Maybe. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God everywhere they look.
when I see a female, I don't see biology. I see God in a feminine form, and I bow. When I see man, I see God in a masculine form, and I bow. How could the Genesis of the Bible say that God created man and woman in his own image and after his own likeness if there's no divine spark within you? My Muslim family, you need education too, because you don't think that man is divine. But that which is of divine is that which is created by the divine. We are in a divine creation, and we are a part of that divine creation, and the spark of divinity is in us all. Follow me now. The Holy Quran comes at it a little differently. It says that the human being is created to be Khalifa. That means one who stands in the place of another as a successor. So in this instance, the human is the successor of God. Well, how could you succeed God? How could you be in the image and likeness of God if you don't have the capacity to reflect him? Think with me, think. There's this argument raging in the world about women and the respect for women and the place of women. And all religions, to me, have faltered where women are concerned. And long as women are not respected, as long as women are not protected, as long as women are not elevated in our thinking, we as men and our future can never be elevated. For where there is no decent woman, there are no decent men. For the woman is the mother of civilization. So how can a woman mother civilization if you deprive her of knowledge? In the Jewish story of Yentl that Barbara Streisand played a major part, she wanted to study the Torah and rabbinical knowledge, but being a woman, she was denied. So she dressed like a man, which is against the Torah law. You dress like a man, the law says kill them. Read the book. But she dressed as a man because she wanted the knowledge of God and the knowledge of Scripture. In some Muslim countries, the woman can't attend the mosque. No, this is for men. Y'all stay home. What kind of home is that? If the woman can't feed on the knowledge of God, what will she feed your children, fool? If you don't have an educated woman, you don't have an educated people, because the woman is the teacher. You got countries on this planet that deny women education. Muslim countries. You got countries on this planet that when they see they say, oh God, I got a female, kill it. Because naturally a man is always looking for his own image. I guess that's why they call you Miss. Because they missed the man that they were looking for, and you came. So hello, Miss.
This whole world of knowledge is finished. I'll say it again. This whole world of knowledge is finished. The scripture says, I thank thee, Father in heaven, for keeping these things from the wise and the prudent man and revealing them unto babes, because there's been hidden wisdom hidden from the rulers of this world. So this world has gone as far as it can go. And so education now, which is the torchlight of civilization, is saying that this civilization is on its way out. How can America lead the world when she is so far down among developed nations in education? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, my teacher, told me that he who is proficient in mathematics and science and engineering are the builders of civilization. All other disciplines are embellishments of science and mathematics. Well, I'm a historian. That's excellent. But when you're a historian, you document the affairs of humans as they interact and seek the bounty of their Lord from his creation. And this is called history. Man's interaction with his environment, man's interaction with man, man's interaction with oceans, mountains, rivers, man's interaction with impediments that he overcomes, he makes history. But it is science that causes him to overcome. It is mathematics that causes him to think intelligently. What do you mean, Farrakhan? You know, it's December the 24th. And a big fat Caucasian is coming down our chimney and he's gonna give our children nice little toys, and if you've been bad, he's gonna put some coal in your stockings. So you better be good. You better not pout. You better not shout. Cause the big fat man is coming to town. Then you believe your mother. That's just a little white lie, but what the hell? It ain't killing nobody. But it is. Because when a mother will lie to her child, calling it fun, it has an effect on the child when the child learns the truth. And the truth is mathematics. How can this big fat man come down? We ain't even got a chimney. And how the hell can reindeer ride on nothing? See, mathematics, Ma, well, child. See, this is what's happening in religion. Mathematics is crippling crazy theology. Yes, child, you better be good now, because when you die, you go into heaven. And where is that, Mama? Yes, there it is. But Mama, the earth is round and turning. So what's up today is down tonight. Now we got telescopes, Mama. They've spied stars that are millions of light years away. Meaning light traveling at the speed of 186,000 miles per second. It would take millions of years for that light to touch the earth, but we can see that star, but haven't spied heaven yet. Think thing. Well, if you're bad, you're going to hell. And where's that, Mama? It's in the ground, baby. And you'll be down there burning forever. Because there's a fire down there 11 times hotter than the sun. Well, my God. The sun is 14,172 degrees hot, 93 million miles from the earth, and I can feel it on a hot summer day. We can fry an egg on the sidewalk, and you mean hell is in the earth? And the earth is only 7,926 miles in diameter. And if it's the center, it's the radius of the earth. And I can't feel that heat on my feet. Somebody lying to me. So either you gotta adjust your lie when your child figures out that Christmas ain't where it's at. But how will you adjust when they question heaven that you have built for others on the earth while we live in a veritable hell? Could you burn any worse than you're burning now? Could you suffer any worse than you're suffering now? When you go to refrigerate and open it, ain't nothing there. When you can't pay your rent, you can't pay your light bill, and the man cuts your light off, cuts your gas off. It's the middle of winter, you're freezing, your children are freezing. Icicles coming out your nose. What hell is worse than the hell of poverty and want and disease? What hell is worse than growing up in a house where there's no love? What hell is worse when God made a woman for a man and a man for a woman, but all our homes led.
Damn, man, I gotta screenshot this. I'm zoned
Go to
out.
refrigerator and open it. Ain't
Got me
nothing
wrapped up in this
you're
junk.
burning now
Word is mine.
on the
I
earth
pulled a screenshot 10 shots ago.
while we live in a veritable hell. Could you burn any worse than you're burning now? Could you suffer any worse than you're suffering now?
Word is mine.
When you go to refrigerator and open it, ain't nothing there. When you can't pay your rent, you can't pay your light bill, and the man cuts your light off, cuts your gas off. It's the middle of winter, you're freezing, your children are freezing. Icicles coming out your nose. What hell is worse than the hell of poverty and want and disease? What hell is worse than growing up in a house where there's no love? What hell is worse when God made a woman for a man and a man for a woman, but all our homes, 75% of them, led by a woman? A man made a baby, but a man is not there. What is a greater hell than to discover at 19 years of age a lump in your breast and you fighting cancer? You don't know why you're sick. You don't know why you're dying. You see your young men and women in gangs with guns and drugs, making the inner cities uninhabitable places, where we're running out of the city to try and refuge somewhere in the suburbs, and the whites are coming back in the cities now. As you run out, they come in. And if you're not running out fast enough, they'll help you out. What they call gentrification. But that wasn't supposed to be my talk this morning. But I had to lay that base to say what I'm about to say. You're dying right now from a number of diseases and you don't understand what's happening to you as a person. Africa is under a pandemic of AIDS. AIDS is crippling the black community, and black women are the number one carriers, they say, of the virus. In the Holy Quran, which is the book of scripture of the Muslims, in the 113th chapter, it reads, "In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, say," telling Muhammad what to say. That's interesting, because in the Bible it says when that one comes, it says, that which he hears is what he shall speak, and that which he's commanded to do, that shall he do. And the Quran says to Muhammad, say, I seek refuge in the Lord of the dawn. Because evidently we're going through a dark period. And we seek refuge in that one who can bring light out of darkness. I seek refuge in the Lord of the dawn from the mischief of created things. Satan is so wise today, he can take something that God created and make mischief with it. Listen to me. You have a need for water, because water is the source of life. A black female doctor wrote, water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Used to be a time you could go to your faucet and drink water. Now you have to buy a bottle where they've purified it in some way and sell you water. Water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. And since my body is 3/4 water, I need water in order to sustain my life. So he who can control the water and what is in the water controls my life. Isn't that interesting? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that the enemy would come at us in the water. Excuse me for my passion. See, this is why they don't want you to listen to me. This is why they tell you I'm a hate teacher. This is why they tell you I'm anti-white, anti-American, anti-this, anti-Semitic, anti-this, anti-that. What I'm anti is falsehood. What I'm anti is oppression, tyranny, and injustice. And if you were wise, you'd be anti that too. But you can't be against falsehood until you know the truth. And that's why Jesus said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Back to the water. You drink the water. Something is in the water that's affecting human life now. I was coming out of Mexico one day, and I happened to pick up an English language Mexican newspaper, and they were talking about alligators and the estrogen, the female hormone that was in the water of the Everglades. And the male alligator's penis was getting smaller and smaller, and the birth count or the sperm count getting less and less. Isn't that something? How's your sperm count? I ain't asking about the size of things. I don't want to get personal. But that's shrinking too. Hey, but wait a minute. You say, well, that's the men. They got you. See? Every woman who has a cycle should cleanse herself after the cycle. What do you cleanse yourself with? See, there's something called white vinegar and water. That's the best thing to cleanse yourself with. But today they make little douches for you that fill with nice smelling stuff. But when you use it, it begins to weaken the walls of your uterus. That's why even when you try to have a baby, you can't. And then the birth control pill and the birth control methodology. Yes, you want to have sex, but you don't want no children. So let's play, baby. Let's have fun. But, you must be safe with your sex. So get you a condom, as though that's safe. What is the condom laced with? Since you don't make them, what the hell do you know about it? I'm going to get deep in a minute. Deeper in a minute. Let's practice safe sex. Let's turn on the radio first. Let's hear some music. What? Shake your booty. Shake your booty. You just a little baby, but you shake it. Why is your backside called booty? Why is your favorite phrase, this is my dog? Yo, dog. What's up, dog? Dog spelled backward is God. And God turned backward is a dog. Yo, dog. I love the booty. Bootylicious. That's what it is. Turn on your radio. What do you hear? Sex. All of it is about different ways of having sex. Either you're killing somebody, you're sucking somebody, and F this and MF that. And see, this is what you're being fed. It's not only what you fed in here that kills you. It's what you fed here. Safe sex. Let's practice that. Sex is as natural as drinking water or breathing air. So somebody's going to make mischief with a created thing. See, God created sex. It's not a bad thing, but it can be made real ugly. See? What did God create sex for? They got a song, birds do it, bees do it. Right? Everybody do it. Everybody do it. The Holy Quran says that Allah created everything in pairs because it's only through the pair that life is reproduced from the grass all the way to the human being. And Allah says He created, He reproduces it. You can't live forever. Nothing does. So the only way you live is through the business of reproduction, creativity. You see, creativity. Makes sense? So sex, God made for reproduction. Along the way, there's pleasure. Well, there should be pleasure that will bring us to pain. The woman receives with pleasure. Thank you, dear. 9 months later, pain. Lord, what I bother with that man for? I hate him. Some of you cuss the man out while you going through labor, because that thing is rough. Pleasure, pain. You hear the music, the dance, everything is funk, everything is shaking. There was a time when we danced, it had style to it. Today it's shaking. Then what the hell is this? So, I mean, a man looking at a fine-looking woman, turning her back to him and just shaking. How the hell he gonna stay sane? We just crazy today. You a fool for driving us like that. Because what they see is what they get. And you getting a man that love you for your breasts and your butt, after a while that sags. Gravity will get the breasts and gravity will drag the butt down. And after a while you see him looking for something else because you attracted him on a foolish purpose, a foolish thing that is fleeting. But when he's attracted to the brilliance and the beauty of the female here and the female here, then there's some permanence in that kind of relationship. In sense. Now, our people are dying from sex now, because that's how the AIDS pandemic is spreading. And since we are so sexually prone now, and the people are styling your clothes, sister, so you can attract men. Look, there used to be a time if you stepped in jeans, they came up here. Now the jeans is down here. Your drawers. Y'all got to pop me. But this is the way your pastor should teach you. This is the way your professor should be guiding you. I'm only one man. I'm trying to make many. But if Basil Rathbone, Sherlock Holmes were here, he would say, that is elementary, my dear Watson. What I'm teaching you is just elementary. Imagine when it gets real deep. There's so much wisdom that you and I need to function in a world like this. And all wisdom is taken off the radio. Serious talk shows, let's get rid of them. Serious talk show hosts, get rid of them. Corporate America buying up radio stations. Corporate America buying up newspapers. Corporate America feeding you. And they know exactly what you're going to do, because he who gives you the diameter of your knowledge prescribes the circumference of your activity. Now I'm about to say something that may sound a little extreme or revolutionary, and it is extreme and revolutionary, but right. Now, for those of you who are Christians, who read the Bible, I'm going to talk to you from the Bible. Those of you who are Muslims, I will talk to you from the Quran and Bible. And those of you who don't care nothing for neither book, I just talk to you from life and the nature and its laws. But I'm going to catch you wherever you are. Wherever you are, I'm coming for you. Thank you very much. Now, in the book of Revelations, it's talking about the return of the Christ. Listen to his words. Behold, I make all things new. There'll be a new heaven and a new earth, and the former things pass away. Where does Kennedy King fit in what Christ, under the guidance of God, makes new? Where does Harvard fit? Where does Yale fit? Where does education fit that has never cultivated you? Gave you a degree in quotology, because all you could do is quote from the book, and then we give you an A for quoting, but not an A for thinking, critical thinking. See, your professors, pardon me, I don't mean any harm, but you see, I know I'm not the absolute, but I am a teacher. Now, when a student becomes my student, he's not my slave. And a slave is one that defines limits for another. There are no limits in the pursuit of knowledge. So the Prophet Muhammad said, peace be upon him, he who goes out in search of knowledge is in the path of God until he returns. What are you returning for? If you went out for knowledge, you can't come back. Because the moment you say you got it, you lost it. Because when you say you got it, you reach a plateau of learning. When you go out in search of knowledge, you die grasping. The Quran says, if all of the seeds, with 7 more seeds added to it, were as ink, and all the trees were as pens, you could never exhaust the words of Allah. And then it says, every word is a creature. Every word represents some part of this creation. And if you can never exhaust the words of God, you will die reaching for knowledge. Isn't that wonderful? Education can be a slave-making process. Whoa. I was at Push yesterday, and they had a great theme, education or incarceration. And I was not the keynote speaker, and of course, I was supposed to be there Tuesday, but I was in the Maldives in the Indian Ocean, and so I couldn't get there. But when I got back, naturally it wasn't my place or my time, so he did bless me with 5 or 6 minutes. And I told him, Reverend Jackson, I don't need any more than that. But the theme was education or incarceration. So if I asked you, which one would you choose, education or incarceration? What would you say?
Education.
Exactly. Elementary, my dear ones. Now, however, is education another form of incarceration? Now, I want you to listen to your brother, whether you're white or black or Hispanic. What I have in my heart is good for all of you. Although I'm primarily interested in the suffering of my own people, yet all of humanity is lost, including white people. Now look at this. All of humanity is lost.
That's true. The white man don't know what the hell he's doing to this day.
Including white people. Now look at this. of Western educational philosophy, Hegel, Kant, and Dewey, all felt that blacks were inferior. Well, if that is what they believe, and they are the foundation of Western education because they are the philosophers that develop the philosophy out of which the education comes, then in order to preserve white supremacy, they must destroy a challenge to that. So the ancient history of the black man's contribution to civilization is buried. If the nose looks like our nose and some of those things, they break the nose off. If you go to the library, the museum in Cairo, Egypt, you will see the nose is gone. And they break the nose off. If you go to the live civilization, is buried. Destroy a challenge to that. So the ancient history of the black man's contribution to civilization is buried. If the nose looks like our nose and some of those things, they break the nose off. If you go to the library, the museum in Cairo, Egypt, you will see the nose is gone. And the nose is gone on the Sphinx. Because it was your black nose. And white folk didn't want black folk to know that they were the origin of education and civilization. White folk already know this. They know you don't know. And ain't nobody gonna tell you. Because they have to keep you asleep. I'm not talking about the white people that are professors and the white people that you meet. You know, they're like sort of harmless. You know, they have their function. They do what they do. And they try sometimes to be nice to you. Give you a ham sandwich and fix you up. Give you a loan. Give you a little loan at the bank and tell you how they really with you. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the boys at the top. And that's why the Bible said we war not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and the rulers of the darkness of this world and spiritual wickedness that's up in high places. See, they already know that if they keep you asleep, white supremacy can continue to rule, and they will remain subhuman. You got to listen to what I said. So they will remain subhuman. The Bible calls the rulers of this world under the name beasts. 4 great beasts. From Revelation and the book of Daniel. Go back and look at it. To call a human a beast means that they have not evolved yet. To become a human being, they stopped at the level of a beast, starting in the Genesis as a snake. Growing into a dragon and a beast in Revelation. And they become the teachers. So the Bible said the mark of the beast was in our forehead and in our hands. Walk the streets and see if you don't see bestiality. How could you drive by and shoot? The gun may be defective, and they bring stuff in your community that ain't right, so you can't shoot straight. But you think you got protection, you shooting at this man, end up killing a baby over here. That's bestiality, brother. What mark is in your head where an old man can go to the grocery store and you see him coming out with his groceries hobbling. You don't offer to help him to his car. You beat him down and you take his money. And he asks you, why are you doing this to me? Luke Palmer, a black man who stood in this city, was on the radio preaching to us to make us a better, more conscious people. And in his old age, he walks the street, and a young man came up and tried to rob him and knocked him down. And he said, but I'm Luke Palmer. Nigga, I don't give a damn who you are. What kind of mark is in your forehead? What kind of mark is in your forehead? What kind of mark is in your hands? You're worse than a dog, because a dog will protect its young. Go around the female dog when she has her pups. She don't know you. See a crowd and don't come too close, because in the nature of life, she will protect the young. But look at you. Look at you. You bring a strange man in the house while your young daughters are growing up, coming into puberty. That wicked-minded man is romancing you, and as he's dancing with you, he's looking at your daughter. You got to go to work while that man sits around looking at the TV. And your fine-looking daughter, whose breasts are bigger than yours, while that bring a strange man. It's in the nature of life, she will protect you. No, but look at you. Look at you. Bring a strange man in the house while your young daughters are growing up, coming into puberty. That wicked-minded man is romancing you, and as he's dancing with you, he's looking at your daughter. You got to go to work while that man sits around looking at the TV. And your fine-looking daughter, whose breasts are bigger than yours, and she's 11 and 12 years old, because she's loving it. Eating at McDonald's and eating at Wendy's and eating at Pepe's and eating in all these fast food joints. It tastes good. But what's happening to your child? Some of you older people in here, you had your cycle at 12, 13, and 14. Now these children are having their cycle at 9 years old with a Barbie doll in one hand and a maxi pad in another. Know how to protect themselves, and you are not there to protect them. Most of our women have been abused by an uncle, a father, grandfather, cousin, brother. There's no sanctity here for young girls. And sometimes the mother is so damn weak that even when the daughter would tell her what the man did, she'll make excuses for the man. But tell her what the man did, she'll make excuses for the man. You've lost your sense of protection. And the man don't give a damn about protecting you no more. He don't have it in him no more. He's become a beast in human form. Or what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called a savage. that has lost the knowledge of himself and is living the life of a beast. That's bestial for President Bush and Donald Rumsfeld and Colin Powell and Du Bois to see a toothless tiger in Iraq, but see the second largest oil reserve on the planet. Then go and drop bombs and call it awe and shock on innocent people under the pretext that he had weapons of mass destruction. And now our children are over there, black, white, and brown, dying for nothing. They have every right to kick an occupier out of their land. As Malcolm would say, by any means necessary. You got a beast at the top. You got beasts on the police force. You got beasts in politics. You got beasts in education. See you rising too fast, drop a lug on you, blow your mind. Yesterday's New York Times, black men coming out of prison. White men coming out of prison have a better chance of getting a job than a black man coming out of prison. And they got a better chance of a black man who's never been to prison. I didn't write it. There's a beast out here somewhere. And they've made you like themselves. You need somebody to raise you from that condition. I seek refuge in the Lord of the dawn.
Yes, sir.
From the mischief of creating things. The last thing I'm going to talk about is food. You have to eat. That's natural to sustain your life. Some of us are learning how to eat better. Oh no, I won't touch that. Thank you very much. I'm healthy now because I have changed my diet. Are you really? Are you really? You made the right step, you changed your diet. But who's in control of food production? Not you. Not me, not us. So let's kill them through the food. We grow the food. We have to get it to the market. By the time it gets to the market, it'll be rotten. So let's put it in some solution. It looks good at the supermarket. We pluck the fruit just before it's ripe, and we got to get it from California and Florida to Chicago and Detroit. So let's put a little dye in it, make it look orange, make it look yellow, make the banana look yellow. Let's fix the meat and make it look red and bright. And then you eat it, and all of a sudden, in the 40s and the 50s, cancer was a white man's disease. Now we own it. Lung cancer, colon cancer, prostate cancer, pancreatic cancer, breast cancer, ovarian cancer. We're dying and you don't even know why. It's coming through what you eat and who's producing it for you. There's a little video called Super Size Me. I don't know whether you saw it, but a man ate McDonald's for 30 days and damn near died. Oh, just 30 days. I'm loving it. Turn on your TV to look for your favorite program being programmed to eat and eat and eat. So we are so depressed. Depressed women. Women that don't find a decent man. Women that feel that their life is spent. So let's eat. The one side of you is on the Atlantic Ocean, and the other side of you is in the Pacific, and you waddling down the lack of exercise, lack of value for yourself. You've been devalued as a human being, so why bother to have a checkup once a year? Why bother with that? Ain't nothing wrong with me. Just had sex last night. Damn, ain't nothing wrong with me. I was at it for several hours last. Ain't nothing wrong with me. You get a checkup. I'm sorry I had to make it funny. But learning should be fun. Learning should be pleasurable. Now I want to say something to the doctors. My good friend is a doctor and a great one. But the medical profession is death itself. I want to talk about the profession for a minute, Doc. Yes, sir. Something wrong with me. Yes, what is it? Oh, really? Let me write this prescription. You go get your pills. Then they send you home with a document. You may not read it. These are the side effects. Nausea, dizziness, loss of hair. But don't worry about that. Take the medicine. It will ease what you suffer. Do you know that the drug companies have made a pill for everything? You can't sleep? Here's a pill. You want to stay awake? Here's another one. You can't get it up? Try this. You having a problem? You got a cold, you got a sneeze, you need this. Well, take a pill. But there's something in nature that can heal everything. Right? And guess what? On television last night, CNN, it was a black family. Brought their mother to the hospital for a little simple thing in her leg. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they injected her wrongly with a chemical that is meant for external use to destroy all bacteria on the outside. They injected it with this woman on the inside. Oh my God. Now the leg is in excruciating pain. It's dying, so they come to the family and say, well, look, we got to cut off her leg, because if we don't, she's going to die. The family, faced with that decision, say, okay, cut off the leg. We want to save our mama. So they cut off the leg. A few days later, we got to cut off the other one. Then after a while, they fessed up. We made a mistake. And the poor woman died after 19 days of suffering, only going into the hospital for a little thing, ended up dead because of medical mistakes. Now, I want to show you something here. According to that program, between 40 and 96,000 people die every year from a medical mistake. More than people die in accidents. So when you send yourself to the hospital, you better be careful. That's why when I go, my daughter who's a nurse, she comes and the guards come. Funeral, I was in a hospital one night, and somebody came in the middle of the night gonna take blood. My daughter woke up, but she was sleeping right beside me. Guess what? He said, you want? Take blood. You won't take blood tonight. Take it already. Did they want them? But you guys to keep me alive. If you keep me alive, you might have a chance to live. But if you kill me, I feel sorry for what's going to happen. You see, I'm going to say this and I'm going to get up off it. See, there's very few men of God anywhere in America, but I am one. And I have a God with me who will get you for bothering with me. You can take it or let it alone. Try me and see. Because of incidents like that, the malpractice insurance have reached the limit. A doctor, I went to the University of Chicago hospital. They had to take x-rays and MRI. Well, just a disc that had become inflamed. And so I went there, and the doctor, who's a very great neurologist from Iran, he told me, he says, the malpractice insurance for us in this field is $250,000 a year. A year! He said, so we had 200 and some odd doctors in this field. Now it's cut in half because the doctors are fleeing Chicago and Illinois to practice in Milwaukee or Wisconsin because the malpractice insurance is $30,000 a year. So you're being deprived of doctors in a big city like Chicago. Now watch how they work. You go to the hospital. How does the doctor make his money to pay that? I have a look. Let's operate. I have a little murmur in the heart. Well, I'll fix it. Sometimes operations are not necessary. But the more we operate, the more money we get, then I can pay my malpractice. See, most of you, when you come out of these colleges, you get grants because you ain't got no money to come. So by the time you come out, you're in debt. Debt is another form of slavery. So I become a lawyer. As a doctor leaves college, he's over $100,000 in debt. Well, then you're a slave to a system now. Think about what I'm saying. This is not an act of something helpless. This is by design. You're a lawyer? Yes, I just graduated from Howard Law School. And I just took my examination at the bar. I left the bar on the corner, but I couldn't pass that one up. But praise God, I just passed my bar exam. And now a lawyer able to practice law. But I owe several thousands of dollars. Now a poor man comes to me. Sir, I need a lawyer. Yes, come right. Yes, well, it'll be $5,000 down, and of course, so many hours. See, they have to charge you in order to pay their debt and keep their office open. But in the meantime, the poor are getting poorer and less service. We have to break this paradigm. Now follow this. Y'all all right? I'm about to go now. You got enough to think on. God willing, till I get back. If they will have me back, but if they won't, you got enough. So you are being fed. And when your mouth is in somebody else's kitchen, you can't be free. What's the solution? I think I have a bill with a dead president on it. Oh, yeah, Ben Franklin. Good fella. Now, America is for sale. Some Asians are buying it up. People in Europe buying it up. See, you don't even get so revolutionary now. We're going to take it. Stop. I ain't going to let you kill yourself for your foolishness. You ain't taking nothing. We bought a farm in Georgia, 1,700 acres. I didn't have the money for us to buy it outright, so we gave them $500,000 down, and we was on payment schedule. Last year, I sent a check down, $868,000, so that we would own the farm outright. We put paper on the table, and the owner said, "Gritted his teeth. I don't want the damn money. I want the land." He was trying to see if we could default so he could foreclose. But here was the answer to foreclosure. Here, baby. Here's some paper. Wipe your behind with here. But now we got the land. Now here's what I'm telling you. America's for sale. You got some of these, but you don't know what the hell to do with it. You bring it and bring it and bring it. So he could foreclose. But here was the answer to foreclosure. Here, baby. Here's some paper. Wipe your behind with here. But now we got the land. Now here's what I'm telling you. America's for sale. You got some of these, but you don't know what the hell to do with it. You bring it and bring it and bring it. But if we put these together, we can buy the land. It's for sale. The farmer's going out of business. Let's go in. We need several million acres. My teacher, Elijah. Now you can tell that I had a superior teacher because I'm his student. You see, I never got a degree from college. I only went to the 3rd year and my wife got a student. You see, I never got a degree from college. I only went to the 3rd year and my wife got pregnant, and so I had to leave and go to work. So I never got a degree. But I have people listening to me who have degrees. Yes. See, how come this man, the book said, having not letters, is learned? I don't need your degree to be a scholar. I can entertain scholars. Whatever you want to talk about, I talk with you. Because I've been taught. And am still being taught by a superior teacher. How can you tell that I have a superior teacher? Because the student is the witness of his teacher. Now, look at this. In closing, my teacher, before he left, he said, "Brother Farrakhan, this is the way I want you to think." He said, "I want you to think for the whole and speak for the whole." Meaning, don't speak just for Muslims. Speak for your people. And don't think for Muslims. Think for all of your people. Think for the whole. Plan for the whole. He said, here's how I want you to think. If there are 30 million black people who eat 3 meals a day and eat 1 slice of bread per meal, that's 90 million slices of bread per day. 630 million slices of bread per week. 32,760,000,000 slices of bread per year. How much land must we have under wheat cultivation to give our people their daily bread? Now watch this. Lord, give us this day our what? So you gonna sit down and wait for a loaf to drop? See, you believe in a mystery God. See, oh, come on with the loaf now. Under wheat cultivation, 760 million slices of bread per year. How much land must we have under wheat cultivation to give our people their daily bread? Now watch this. Lord, give us this day our what? So you gonna sit down and wait for a loaf to drop? See, you believe in a mystery God. See, oh, come on with the loaf now. But if you pool your resources, you could buy the land, grow the wheat, grind the wheat into flour, and make your bread. And the bread that you make will be better than the Wonder Bread. And they'll wonder how you got over and started making your own bread. See, and then he said, do that for the meat that they eat. Do that for the vegetation that they need. Do that, and then you'll see how many millions of acres you need in order to feed, clothe, shelter your people. Now, when you start thinking like this, see, then you can't give me a white girl. Now, listen to me. You can't give me a white girl and I'm happy. I've reached the promised land. And if you're white, and there are a few Caucasian people here, I admonish you, protect your race. God evidently wanted you to be white. You start messing with us, you won't be white no more. Oh, what? Is that the truth or what? So you want to kill white people? If you want to kill white people, just go have sex with them. And soon white people have little mulatto children with nappy hair will start coming about. White folks start leaving the planet through what they call miscegenation. See, white people are not stupid. They have a right to want to preserve and protect their identity and their reality as a people. I don't blame no white person who says, I don't want to see my daughter with your son. I ain't got no problem with that, because I damn sure don't want to see your son with my daughter. Now you say, Farrakhan, that's racism. Shut up. That's protecting your reality. You already messed up. Look at me. Myself a black man. Where's the blackness? Half of it, 3/4 of it, gone. But I mean, there's still enough left, you know. Choli and the Langi tribe. Now that's black. And when they saw me, they thought I was a white man. So I had to get a drum. When I started whooping that drum, when I was, you already messed up. Look at me. I call myself a black man. Where's the blackness? Half of it, 3/4 of it, gone. But I mean, there's still enough left, you know. When I was in Africa, I was up in the jungle of Uganda. The Acholi and the Langi tribe. Now that's black. And when they saw me, they thought I was a white man. So I had to get a drum. When I started whooping that drum, they said, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm not a racist. I'm not a hater. But I would love to see white people stay white. And you know what? The Aryan nation approves of me for that. They say, we like that Farrakhan guy. Because our daughters are safe if that man keep preaching that talk. You know what? The Aryan nation approves of me for that. But I would love to white people stay white. And you know what? The Aryan nation approves of me for that. They say, we like that Farrakhan guy. Because our daughters are safe if that man keep preaching that talk. Now listen to this. I put it in a way that makes it kind of comical, but seriously, that's a way to damage race relations. See, there are forces at the top who are pushing this against the good of white people and against our good too. See, and those that control media. See, it was one time when you were not there. Now they got you in a romantic setting in the days of our lives, and as the world turns and the guiding light and the general hospital, which is where you're going to end up. And now they got these romances with a black woman with a white man with a black woman. Guess who's coming to dinner? See? And to some of us, that's nice. Isn't that nice? Ain't that sweet? But white folks who are conscious say, who's promoting this? It's the same people that are promoting that are promoting homosexuality and lesbianism. When I was coming up, even if you were gay, you hid that thing. That was really in the closet. And to prove that you was a man, you would carry a piano on your back. But today, they promote it as a lifestyle and a culture. Politically powerful, but it's Sodom and Gomorrah again. Okay, Now here's the radical thing that I want to talk about. How can the medical profession survive if malpractice insurance keeps going up and a good doctor like Dr. Terry Mason has to struggle to pay his overhead? Sometimes they put you in an H.M.L.F where you can't about the doctor that you want. You got to take the doctor that's given to you. Whether you agree with that or not, that's your health plan. 40 million Americans don't have no health insurance, and the hospitals don't even want to deal with you if you ain't got no money or no insurance. Cuba is offering black people in America 500 scholarships to make doctors. You have to pay for nothing. Cuba has more doctors per 100 per any country on the earth. And Cuba sends her doctors throughout Central America, South America. You'll find them in Africa. You'll find them in Asia, delivering very good service to suffering people. When I got sick, Fidel Castro said, look, come here. We will look after you. Do you know that Cuba has some of the finest laboratories for creating vaccines? Their vaccines have no contamination, but America produces no vaccine that doesn't have some degree of contamination. So you think you're getting a polio shot, you're getting cancer.
I'm zoned out.
You think you're getting...
I told you, dropping down.
You get vaccine. Fidel Castro said, look,
Damn, zoned out.
delivering very good service, sends her doctor.
Oh, forgive me. I'm so wrapped up. I'm forgetting the screen. I'm telling y'all, I'm not lying. You got me wrapped up. Excuse me.
Throughout Central America, South America, you'll find them in Africa, you'll find them in Asia, delivering very good service to suffering people. When I got sick, Fidel Castro said, look, come here. We will look after you. Do you know that Cuba has some of the finest laboratories for creating vaccines? Their vaccines have no contamination, but America produces no vaccine that doesn't have some degree of contamination. So you think you're getting a polio shot, you're getting cancer. You think you're getting another shot and you're getting AIDS. Now, if these people have not changed, then why is Africa now having a pandemic of AIDS? When I was in Zimbabwe, the biggest business there was making coffins. 5,000 dying a week, 20,000 a month. Well, let's count the numbers, figure that up, and how long will Zimbabwe be black? South Africa, 40% in certain areas with HIV/AIDS. You got political power, but the economics is still in the hands of the same people that had it during apartheid, and they want to strip you of political power by reducing your numbers dramatically. This is warfare, and you don't even know that you're at war. Why do you think the scripture says, put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of Satan? Now, I'm saying this because it's going to get radical in a few days. We don't need, listen to me good, we do not need the state of Illinois or America to give us accreditation. See, once you come out of her, you can see possibilities. As long as you wait for them to give you accreditation, who the hell are they to accredit you if you're free? If you're free, you give yourself accreditation. Now, we don't want inferior education and inferior teachers.
Well, these are the standards, sir, if you want accreditation.
Well, our standards should be higher than theirs. And once you say, see, but you're not able to say that now because you're not truly independent, so you have to go along with that. But I'm saying a time is coming where you say, look, we don't need your accreditation. And at the same time, there's another time coming where we don't need them to make you a doctor on paper when you're already a doctor. Don't give them authority over you. They don't have no authority over you, but the authority that you give them. And when you rebel, they don't know what to do. Because then you ain't they nigga no more. My niggas don't rebel. My niggas acquiesce. Well, I want to be free. I don't want them telling me what my standard should be when my standard is the excellence of God.
That's right.
I don't want them accrediting me. Elijah Muhammad set up a school. He didn't beg them for accreditation, but we came out of that school superior to what was in the public school. Because we wanted something good for ourselves that they don't want for us.
That's right.
We need more doctors. We need more doctors. You know how you get a doctor? Here's one. Elijah Muhammad said, give me one, and from that one, I'll get 100. Give me one nurse, and I'll make 100. Give me one engineer, and I'll make 100. We don't need them. You're not going to bow, you're not get out. But you wasn't there in the first place. Look, brother, let me say this. There is this way. He's liking it, but it's nice. It's nice, it's a beautiful place. They're going to soon make one better. But suppose we got together and had an online university where people can sit and have classes in every discipline and don't have to leave their home. See, the moment you outthink the enemy, he'll give you this. And have class university. Pause. We got to. And have an online university where people can sit and have classes in every discipline and don't have to leave their home. See, the moment you outthink the enemy, he'll give you this. Now, either you're being educated or not being educated. And I can prove that you're not being educated. You know how I know you're not being educated? Because you're not productive. Raising my voice. I'm just so fired up this morning. I'm closing. But listen, family, listen. If you travel in Africa, you travel in the Caribbean, you travel in the ghetto. You don't find us doing business. It's the Koreans, the Arabs, other ethnic groups coming in, Asians, providing you with your service. You want hair? We got plenty, go. You want weave? We got weave. Weave you up. Unbelievable, yes it is. What you want, baby? We got it. You want nails? We give you long nails. You want shoes? You want what you want? Credit? We got it for you. But what's wrong with you? You can't create no business for yourself. See, when you go into a community and others are doing business and you are the consumer, know that you are dead. Go in the Caribbean, see who's doing business. It's the Indians, the Arabs, the Chinese, the Lebanese, the whites. And black folk have a few stores, but the majority of the stores, those groups doing business. Go to Africa, see who's doing business. Same group. Go to Haiti, who's doing business? Who's doing business? Is it you? Well, look, business is the activity of life. If you're a living man, you're doing business. If you're not a living community, you're not doing business. And business means you're providing the essentials of life, the necessities for yourself and your people: food, clothing, shelter. You're not doing this with all your doctorate degrees, your master degrees, and mostly BS degrees. I think it's time for me to go outstate my welcome. But my dear family, look, I want us to mobilize, to accept responsibility, to change the reality of our lives. We don't have to keep blaming white people. Listen to me, good brothers. It's so easy to point to them. Yeah, look what they did. See? But the question is not what they did, what are you doing to correct what they did? They're not going to correct it for us. That's something we have to do for ourselves. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, there's no power in the heavens above or in the earth beneath that can stop you from achieving what God desires for you if you would get your own foot out of your own way. And this is why we're calling, in the 10th anniversary of the Million Man March, we're calling not for a march, but for the mobilization of our people to create a movement. Movement means motion toward an objective. Go look at scripture. I ain't got time to run it all down, but you keep seeing the word go, go, go. After you've been in bondage 400 years, then will I come, judge that nation that you shall serve, and after shall you come out with peace, in peace, and go to your fathers and be buried in a good old age, right? Go, the prodigal son. Left all that he had, joined himself on to be a citizen in a strange country, fell down so bad, husking corn, feeding swine, and then one day a famine arose and he promised to the king, and he said, I think I will arise and go to my father. This motion toward an objective that is in your best interest. Who don't you want? gotta go. You gotta get up from where you are. You gotta come out of this and start moving. And God will give you the wisdom to make a new paradigm for education. And guess what? When you do, the whites too will say, I want that. I want to come out of incarceration in the prison of white supremacy. Because that educational paradigm has made me subhuman, and I have not realized my full potential. So I would hope that somebody would free me from thinking that I'm better than others simply because I'm white. So when white children think that way and a black child beats them in a spelling contest, or an Indian child wins the spelling bee, what happened to white supremacy? It broke him out. How do we do this when we are the roots that laid the golden egg? See, you're messing with their minds. But if you were to develop what God has put in you to do, you would never repeat that history of mistreating others for your own self and selfish purposes. You would make an educational system that would not only free you, but it would free the latent and dormant qualities in every human being. And that's why God said he would choose the foolish things. And they would be his people. He would be their God. Thou wilt no longer be last, the last shall be first. Thou shalt no longer be the tail shall become the head. And this is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. The day is soon coming when a doctor of the great skill of this man will have in his class hundreds, and they study under him, and he'll make doctors who are urologists, and other doctors will make doctors who will look at your breast and deal with cancer. You make nurses, you make engineers, you make scholars. All we need is one who is dedicated and want to come out and build them, and then send them to the community. And don't let the enemy say, it's not accredited by us. We stand up and say, we pray. Get up, black man and woman, and let's get some help from our head. Let's offer help and well-being to everyone that seeks it and needs it, if we have it.
Got some more coming for y'all, man. I got some more coming for y'all. Y'all just hold on. Yeah, y'all just hold on. And I'm more coming. Got some more coming. Y'all just hold on just a little bit. And I promise you, you'll be glad that you held on. Just hold on. Look. Let me get situated, baby. Get back out of it. It's good. Right. I would have cut the grass. Just cut that job. And I don't like cutting grapes. Keep on going. I always think you're supposed to be cutting grapes. Yeah, that's good. Let me see. I'll run it for y'all. Good.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah. I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, it is a great honor and privilege for me once again to have this opportunity to bear witness to the greatness of Allah and to thank Him for raising the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in our midst to guide us back to the straight path of Allah. There are many who think that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has been guilty of shirk or unbelief. There are many who, in their understanding of Islam and their understanding of the Quran, feel that Elijah Muhammad was not leading black people correctly, generally with respect to the faith of Islam or submission to the will of God. Dear beloved brothers and sisters, I would pray that you would reason with me. If Elijah Muhammad was hated by this government, hated by people, and opposed by the powerful, and yet was successful in the midst of his enemies and never deviated from the path that he was put upon by the one who taught him. I ask you, is he guilty of unbelief?
No, sir. No, sir.
Could unbelief produce belief?
No, sir.
Could unbelief produce righteous conduct?
No, sir.
Could unbelief produce a willingness on the part of those who listen to him to obey God and to make him the exclusive object of our worship? I don't think so.
No, sir.
Today, Louis Farrakhan, as a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is now the subject of raging controversy. I have no fear, by the grace of God, of those who oppose me. I have no concern I lie down in peace at night, and I wake. And if you are a believer in God, why are you falling? If I am a disbeliever in God and stand against the forces of the world, and they do not prevail against me, but I am prevailing against them, then am I guilty of disbelief? How is your faith when you capitulate to the forces of this world? How would you say your belief is when you bow down to things that are unworthy of you? My father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, did not teach me shirk. He did not teach me to be kafir or disbeliever or infidel.
That's right.
He taught me the law of God.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, bro.
And that is what I intend to teach you today, the first law. And the first law that he gave us was to worship no God but Allah.
Yes, sir.
I don't have to go any further than the first law.
Yes, sir.
Because with that law and that law alone, you have the power to conquer all your enemies. In the Quran, in the very opening of the Quran, there are 7 oft repeated verses. Every Muslim says these verses, this prayer, at least in a sequence of prayers 5 times a day, but several times in a sequence of prayers. This is the oft repeated prayer of all of the righteous. And I would like to not deal with all 7 verses which represent the quintessence of the book of God, containing all of the verses of the Quran in 7 verses alone. Though there are thousands of verses in the Quran, all of them are contained in 7 verses. Before we even say the first verse of the Quran, we must say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The translators say that it means in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. But the scholars say that you cannot translate properly Arabic into English so easily.
Yes, sir.
So this Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which every Muslim begins every act with these words.
Yes, sir.
He opens his eyes, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. He partakes of food. He enters relations of all kinds in the name of God. Think over that. But the scholars say that it means with the help of, or with the assistance of the Lord of creation. Now think about this. When I opened up
speaking to you, I opened up asking for the assistance of the Creator. That means that I understand as Jesus understood when he said, I can of myself do nothing. Then if Jesus said he could of himself do nothing, then every act that he entered into, he called for the assistance of his Father. So if Jesus were here today speaking, he wouldn't say, hi guys.
That's right.
Glad to see you again. He would say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I speak in the name of God with the help of God. For I can do nothing without his help, but with his help there is nothing that I am not able to do. But there are Christians and Muslims and Hebrews and atheists and agnostics. The prerequisite to greatness in the divine sense of greatness. And when I say the divine sense of greatness, when God bestows greatness on an individual, that greatness is not temporal, meaning it is not in the limits of the time. But when God bestows greatness on an individual, that greatness is outside of the bounds of the finite time of the life of that individual. But the greatness of that individual extends beyond his or her time into the times of others. And sometimes for hundreds and thousands of years, the name of that individual is honored and remembered because they have attained to true greatness. True greatness is only that which comes with the assistance of God.
Yes, sir.
Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, when one aspires to serve God, the Lord of the worlds, and to serve him alone. And I must add that second part to it, not serving him with somebody else, but serving him alone, associating nothing with him, understanding that he is singular, he is matchless, he is unique and incomparable, and has no associates, has no rivals or no partners, is above need of his creatures and all creation, is independent of all, but upon whom all are made to depend. When one comes into the knowledge of such being and commits oneself to worship that being and that being alone, that one is on the path of true greatness. That one is on the path of conquering not some obstacles, but all obstacles that lie in the pathway of man's becoming one with his Creator. So a Muslim, a righteous person, doesn't do anything without God's assistance, praying for his help, seeking his aid. So the Quran opens, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Why seek his assistance? Because you and I were created in need and weak. Therefore, when something is created in need and weak, coming into the world, knowing nothing and helpless, that individual coming into the world needs assistance. So before you call out for help, help is there.
So God gives every new life a mother. A mother to assist it in its development. But woe to the child who doesn't grow up from the worship of mother. Though when you're a child you worship your mother, that can be accepted from you. It can be tolerated by the God. But when you grow to an age where you understand that your mother is not the source of whatever she gives, that you must now escape your mother, escape your father, and find the source of it all. For you are not justified in worshiping your mother. You are not justified in worshiping your father. You are not justified in worshiping your prophets or your messengers or your kings or your rulers. You are only justified in worshiping him who is the source of your very existence. So you are required by the very nature in which you are created to search for him. And he gives you signs so that you won't get lost along the highway of life. Praise be to Allah. He creates life and he makes it filled with vicissitudes and trials and tribulations. This is all a part of the journey that you may search for him. He's not satisfied to make it easy for you to find him. He wants you to long for him. He wants your soul to cry out for him. And even though mother can satisfy you for a while, father can satisfy you for a while, preacher may satisfy you for a while, mayor and governor and president may satisfy you for a while, prophet and messenger may satisfy you for a while, but God don't want you stopping on the road. For all of these are but signs on the road. You got to come all the way up to your meeting with him, and I will meet with him. The soul of the human being yearns to meet with its creator, of which the essence of the soul has its repository in the creator and emanated from the creator and longs to turn to the creator. Think over these things. So God doesn't allow you in life to get comfortable. He makes it uncomfortable. When you get comfortable, he disturbs your comfort. When you feel you got it under control, he busts up your control. When you think you know, he shakes the foundation of what you think you know, that he may rattle you and shake you so that you will keep on the journey. Keep on the journey to him. So many of us on a journey stop before we reach the goal. Yes, sir. Right. Climbing a mountain is not easy. Sometimes you have to stop and get a rest, but don't stay there. Yeah. Elijah was up in the mountain. And somebody asked him, "What doest thou here? You got work to do." So many of us long for comfort. And when we find a measure of comfort, we want to rest there. But the soul of man is constantly disturbed. Even though you may be high from heroin or cocaine or alcohol, even in your high, he disturbs your soul that the reefer can't satisfy. The heroin can't reach it to comfort it. Your woman can't reach it. the man you love can't reach it to comfort it. Because he don't want you to find total comfort in a man or in a woman. He wants you to find your rest in him. Yeah. So when the trials of life disturb you, when they shake that comfortable position that makes life easier for you, it's only because God is beckoning you to come closer. Come closer. There is no rest in your companionship with each other. Because I have made you, the Creator talking, I have made you imperfect. Because the very root of the universe out of which you were made is not perfect. It is groaning as it moves toward perfection. So since you are made imperfect, I can only compensate for your imperfection by giving you a law that demands your constant attention, your constant obedience. I must help you to fall in love with my law. Because my law, as David says, is a lamp unto my feet. But sometimes I'll allow you to walk in darkness so that you can hunger for the light. I'll bring the law to you, my servant. And if you will love the law and meditate on the law night and day and understand that I didn't give you law to burden you, but I gave you law to compensate for the imperfection of your nature, so that you might through the law relate perfectly to me, and through the law you might relate perfectly to one another. And in your interpersonal relationships, when you stumble with one another, through the law and repentance and forgiveness and mercy, you can find peace with each other. But your soul cannot find the peace that it seeks in your companionship. Your soul yearns for its Creator. So, beloved, the Quran opens the first verse saying, "Praise be to Allah, the Lord of all the worlds." Why must you know where praise belongs? Because if God is going to aid you in an endeavor, He can make you successful. As Brother Khalid said, my father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, said of me that I would reach the pinnacle of success of this world's life. But the rest of that, Brother Khalid, is, and when you get there, brother,
Come on, brother. Go ahead.
I hope you will remember who brought you there. That's the balance. Because you can't get there by yourself. Somebody assists you to become great. And if you become great, young man, remember you got there with help. So the first verse of the Quran teaches the lesson of humility. Because God cannot make a people great who are arrogant, proud, self-conceited. I reflected this morning upon my life. There are moments
when every human being must stop and take stock of self. And I looked at black people, and I looked at black people through looking at my life. We are born into a loveless world. Yet our souls need love to feed on, to grow properly with balance. Because the Creator who created us loves His creation. When a child comes into the world and can't find love, it seeks love. You know? We want to be appreciated. We want to feel like we're justified in being where we are because we have a sense of belonging. But when a child grows up not feeling that it is loved, it must follow, trying to find love. I grew up like that, not knowing Father. But all the children had fathers. I imagine.
Go ahead and teach, brother minister.
But I had a mother.
Yes, sir.
A mother that I didn't learn to love until I was a much older man, because I couldn't understand the way she demonstrated love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I had a need to be held. I had a need for that kind of love and affection and tenderness that only a loving mother can give to a child that rests in its bosom. My mother never knew love. She had a mother, according to her words to me, that never showed her love. So it is difficult to give what you never had.
Yes. Come on. Yes.
That's why Farrakhan talks so much of love. Because he needed it so bad that when he finally found it, he understood it and knows that it's what human beings need. It is the balm to heal the affliction of black people. You can't heal black people with money. You don't heal black people with jobs. You don't heal black people with an abundance of knowledge. Because those that know and those that work and those that have money and those that have comfort are still sick internally. They're sick and yearning. Diana Ross is famous and beautiful, but her soul is uncomfortable. The refrigerator is big and beautiful, but his soul is not comforted by fame. Is not comforted by fortune. There's something missing in the black man's life. Since the essence of God is love, and the soul of God is the soul of man, it longs to be loved, to be appreciated. Then when a man can't find love, and he finds out that he can sing, she can sing, he can dance, he can play ball, he can fight, he can do these things that will give him appreciation, then he gives up everything. But at the core, all the soul wants is love. So I forsook
my life for my music.
Yes, sir.
My violin was my only reason for existing. So for 8, 9, and 10 hours a day as a young boy, while the others were playing football and basketball and playing games with the girls, I had no time for that because my soul longed to be loved. And I found a way to express the love longing of my soul through my music. So I spoke through my music. And I became good at what I did. I worked too hard not to be. So when I got married, I didn't know how to give my wife the duty of a real husband. Because a wife satisfied a human need, a biological need, and a psychological need, but she never could go deep enough to satisfy the soul because the soul longs for God. You got to understand what's happening in your life. So men look like they're selfish. They look like they don't care, sisters. But it's not that they don't care. Their soul is in flight, searching for something that you can never give a man. It's not a woman born that can rest a man's soul. His soul can only rest in his creator. And it's not a man born that can rest a woman's soul. Her soul can only rest in the creator. Oh, yeah. So unless God is in your life, you soon tire of each other. Yes, sir. Yeah. Unless the worship of the Creator is real in your life, you soon become disenchanted with each other. When I found my Lord, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I found what I was looking for. Listen to me good now. You mean he's God? Hold it right there. I found a father that I never had. I found somebody that loved black people more than any other being I had ever known. And I found in him a truth that satisfied my soul. But the more I grew and the more I understood, the more I knew that I had to go past my teacher to the source. There my soul could rest. He didn't teach me to take him as a God beside Allah. He didn't teach me to worship him. He said, follow me. Follow me. And he said, to Allah alone do I submit and seek refuge. There comes a time in the life of a man of God where he must give pain to those around him. Not that he gives them pain, but circumstances of his life gives them pain. But if he's to grow into the pure worship of God, he cannot emotionally get caught up in the pain of those whom he loves. He must grow beyond their pain to see what does God want. Elijah Muhammad was that kind of man. And that's why he was so successful. I want to be that kind of man. Not because I want to be that because I want to be great.
I want to be that because that's the only way you can survive in an adverse world. You cannot set up a partner or a rival with God. You in the white man's world. But the white man is only a temporary power. You can't bow down to him. You can't make him think he's a God beside God simply because he has some power in his hand that he don't have any control over. You gotta find God and don't rest until you do. For when you find him, then you're free at last. Free at last. So the Muslim says, Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. Praise be to Allah. Notice in your first verse of the Quran, you don't say praise be to my mother. Praise be to my father. Praise be to my teacher. Praise be to my sister or my brother. Praise be to the prophet or the messenger or the king or the ruler. You got your focus on one. Praise be to Allah. Then you get a comma there. Then the God wants to describe who you are praising. The Lord of the worlds. He who originates the thing. And after he originates the creation, he nurtures the creation and makes it evolve, attaining stage after stage until it reaches its eventual perfection. Before my mother knew she was pregnant with me, Allah knew it. Mama didn't know when the sperm met the egg and turned into a drop of blood, the first cell, and began revolving and rotating in the darkness of the womb. She didn't know. But a power was there causing the spinning to take place. That is Allah. He was with me when I was sperm. He was with me when sperm met the egg. He was with me when I was a clot. He was with me when I became an embryo and then a fetus. And he was with me when I came to birth and called out and took the first breath of life. There was God's presence. So who do I owe my life to? I don't owe my life to my mother, though I thank God for my mother. I can't follow my mother unless my mother is right. I don't owe my life to my father, though the sperm emitted from him. I owe my life to him who originated sperm and ovum. I owe my life to him who originated the womb and created the desire in my father for my mother and the desire in my mother for my father and gave both of them the organs of reproduction. I owe my life to him who originated the creation and who made it possible for me to be nurtured from my mother's breast. He is one, singular, and alone. He has no partners. Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir. He's the Lord of the worlds. Yes, the Muslim is made to say it again. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. The beneficent, the merciful. Then he's made to say, Maliki Yawmiddin. He's the master, not the judge, not the king. He's the master of the law of sowing and reaping. He has the power that if you sow a bad seed, he can come in between the sowing and the reaping and show you some mercy there. He can allow you to reap a little of what you sowed, even though you deserve all of what you sowed. He's the master, master of the law of requital. He's the master of the deen. He's the master of the religion. He's the master of the nature. Not only the nature of you, but the nature of all things. Who else should I worship? Who should I bow down to? Who should I fear? Who should make me tremble? Huh. The white man looked like a lump of nothing to me. With his nuclear child's play. You worship him if you want to. But he wasn't present in the beginning. He has a power that he has to rely on. Why should I then fear the Jews if I speak the truth? I don't care nothing about what you like. Black leaders trembling and shaking in their boots. Hey, take it easy.
I was burning up. One thing about it, for over 300 years, it was a reason they didn't want us to read. Really, even that's why I'm gonna pause it, put a point right there. That's why the old what did the slaves used to do? Escape. Nah. What did they used to do? Sing. Yep. Sing about what? Freedom. Yeah, they used to do that, but what they used to do specifically, what they sing? How were they going through? Yeah, they sing about they going through, but more specifically, though, what they used to do. They passed on codes to each other. Yeah, how they get free? Song. Wading in the water, down by the river, down in the water. Wait, something they said down, something about the something over here. They sent down over. They point out like something over there, that way over the star somewhere. Like they point out the star, like way down in the water. Something they point out a direction on the song. That's how they had to pass through, because they couldn't write. Yeah. But they still could speak though.
Did you ever watch that movie? What's it called? Purple.
Yeah, Color Purple.
Yeah. If you watch that, Yeah. If you watch that joint, like you can't tell, like, cause that show was kind of savory. It was against like the law for them slaves to read.
No, I'm sure that.
Cause they were sneaking reading, like they were sneaking. The girl was sneaking. The girl like in the house.
Teaching.
Like teaching.
That's the way we know how now. The people who do know something, because they taught somebody, you know what I mean, word. But even right now, even if first it was against the law for us to read, and then it was legal for us to read. Person got to really ask why.
That's what I'm finna say.
Why was it? Why they did not want us to read? And why did they let us read that? Because everything what we do read, everything you ever need to know is in the book somewhere. The people that they allowed to read was they person, they man. You know what I mean? Like where they used to have black people teaching black people. but it was they man teaching them though. Like they have you seen the movie Django?
Yeah.
They got like what's that dude who was Samuel Jackson?
Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, the Samuel Jackson though, he was
Yeah.
like
I know you're talking about.
he was like they dude or whatever.
Yeah.
He'd be the one teaching the rest of us, like how he was over the people, he over the people cooking, over the people directing this. He got the library. You know, he in with Leonardo DiCaprio.
He with the white people.
There's always somebody like that. Even right now, you got a black officer, black somebody, you Barack Obama. You know what I mean? You think for the people. Well, there's always somebody like that or whatever.
They be on their side.
Yeah, that's the only way you can get in or get up on that. Because it's where he the only black president. Why is it? Where why they use him? To this day, when all the black people when black people were tripping wild, you got Young Jeezy, you got Jay-Z, there was a whole bunch of other people talking about Barack this and that or whatever to help get Barack in.
Yeah.
They all used him for a cause, especially for the black people.
Yeah.
He's for the black people. You know what I mean? Black people voted for Barack Obama. A lot of white people didn't like him, but still, either way, same thing. It's like Trump. There's a lot of people that don't like the cause of this, and there's always one side that don't like something. You know what I mean?
But to be honest with you, you already know Barack. He wasn't even like fully percent, like 100% black. He was like Indian.
He really Muslim.
Yeah.
Read the name, Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Like he from he Muslim.
Yeah.
That's the name, Barack Obama. That ain't Sam. That ain't Val said. That ain't
It's like no American name.
Yeah, that ain't I know I'm tired. Tell me your name, bro.
Oh, my running?
Yeah.
Oh, Kenneth Al.
K.H. Nah, I'm sure. K.H.
K.H.
Well, I'm sure. I know I'm tired, bro. I was probably thinking like, word, that he ain't got a hood name. That ain't Vontae. You know what I mean? Word.
Yeah.
Like Barack. That's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like Lee or Juan or John. Y'all that might think Chinese. Like the name, give it away. Yeah, good dude or whatever, but dude man good. If they man, they always got a man that they use. You know what I mean? Martin Luther King was their man. Everybody liked Martin Luther King until he seen, like, right now Vietnam, Vietnam on right now. Like they like the fourth, they're a superpower in the world. They're a strong state. How they get strong? America left all this war weapons and stuff over Vietnam. That's what Martin Luther was. That's what he got killed for, because he said they owe us reparations, 40 acres and a mule, and everything that they was going to pay us, they left it over there. They'd rather leave the stuff over there than raise us up. That's what Martin Luther King pointed out. He said all that stuff that y'all left over there was stuff that's supposed to. They got money for war.
And they got him killed, dude.
Yeah, he talked about it. That was the last speech he gave. Word. They ain't like that shit. It ain't kill him because I got a dream. Because, man, that money y'all spending over that war, we use it for the hood. Yeah. We talking about jobs and stuff. They supposed to been did this.
That's
you
right.
know what I mean?
That's right.
Word. This ain't coincidence. By circumstance.
This is what me and Boss were talking about the other day. We were talking about see our favorite how can I say it? Celebrity growing up that we always used to watch was like, Michael Jackson, right?
Not for sure.
But Michael Jackson, we feel like he was fighting for like a bigger cause. You know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Michael Jackson, if you look at it, he called out like, Sonny executives, the higher up peoples and stuff like that. He called them out. He said straight up, he was like, they racist. They don't even mess with black people, you know what I mean? And they was at a long time, they was trying their best to rob Michael's percentage, because he owned the Beatles and stuff like that. That's when you found out. Remember that they put that rape allegation out that he was touching little kids.
Why they do that?
That just popped up off the news. Facts. It made me think. You know what I'm talking about?
These some wicked people, man. These the same people. You're surprised how deep these people go to. Why? It's like Osama bin Laden, dude, and a whole bunch of other people. Like, they got a history, dude. I got Jump Farrakhan said, like, the history of the CIA involvement. Everything the CIA done did and involved in going over here messing with people. And everything they use, and they always trying to use something for basis for war. There's always oil or something, some bull crap. The damn Twin Towers of 9/11, when that junk came down, It was right before President Bush was getting elected. They didn't like Bush. Like where they didn't want to vote Bush back in. Like where these people who the New Orleans Hurricane Katrina when the levees broke. You know about the levees and stuff. The levees is like a dam or something. It's like a big dam, and the levees was holding up in Hurricane Katrina. But it was a white dive master who went down and dove the aftermath. They said at the bottom of it was like 100-foot crater at the bottom of the base of the levee. It's like a levee is like a dam.
I know what you mean.
Where it's like a big ass dam that they built up, and at the bottom of it was a 100-foot hole. It was black residue on it, and the dive master said he sent it to one of his friends in the military confidentially, and dudes he tested. He said no, it ain't no doubt about it that the black residue on it is from explosives.
Oh shit, they blowing that shit out on purpose though. You know what I mean?
Why would they do that?
That's all I'm finna say.
Why would they blow up a whole city and then all the people forced to move out the city because everything underwater?
Once that dam blows something, they flooding everything.
All these people lost all their houses, everything missing out in the water. The people ain't got the money to repay their house, and now everything for sale. White folks come in, buy what they buy, put everything up for high price. They ain't got the money to buy high price. They could barely afford their own.
So that's where they got them at. Shit crazy. Oh, that shit crazy.
Real.
That shit crazy, bro. You said that happened back then when you said with Hurricane Katrina?
Mm-hmm. The levees broke.
You just taught me something I didn't know about that.
Yeah, the levees broke. The levees was holding back to like a flood or something. It was holding back all the water.
I know what you mean.
They blew it up. Shit, flooded the black people out.
Oh, so they actually did blow that junk up. Oh, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's why they named Hurricane Katrina as one of the worst. You know what I'm talking about? Shit crazy.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, man, how wicked these people is.
That's how I just said. To be honest with you, I know everything artificial. I said even the clouds. I said, you know, you look up sometimes for you know, Tupac always say his song, always keep your head up.
Yeah, I'm sure that.
You got these airplanes spraying chemtrails. You see the line they spray. A few minutes later, you keep watching them lines gonna form into clouds. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm sure that.
You know what I'm talking about? This is crazy. When you think about it. It's like what we live in. You know what I'm talking about?
You'd be surprised, my boy. I just the fair say something dude said. They dump oil and like toxic waste over here where we live at. Like the water we drink. I mean, especially people who drink tap water. I ain't never drink that crap. Word. Many people, a lot of people still do that crap. But
I was used to do it.
Hell no.
Forced to do it, man.
Yeah, when you think it, ain't no thought process, you start thinking, fine. But none of that crap, none of this stuff, right? You want to even do something to affect on the nigga. Like, everything that's going on, designed, even from what they fair count point out something that well he pointed out what a lot of Muhammad pointed out. Like a lot of stuff they a long time ago they had a lot of aluminum. They dumped it on us. Like it's in everything. Aluminum, I guarantee you got deodorant. Look on your deodorant. Yeah, it better just say aluminum on it.
I do be saying that.
They got aluminum. Why the hell aluminum in your deodorant?
Why is it?
Why? Why they put it in it? They put it in there. Well, why? You know, aluminum is a toxic chemical. You know what I'm saying? You putting a toxic chemical on your body. I went and started buying the aluminum free deodorant. That'd be that like gel looking stuff. Niggas like a lot of people used to don't get that.
That greens, that
It'd be like some gel looking. It got said aluminum free. You know what I mean? Most niggas get the white kind. That shit got the aluminum in it. You know what I mean? Like word.
Okay. If you think about it, to be honest, we know our armpits got pores sometimes.
Word, yeah.
And it's connected to somewhere in our system.
That shit go. That shit take shit in. Like word. Everything I was doing, design. Everything that you got, they giving us.
Yeah. I used that junk this morning too, like some aluminum deodorant. That's my head too, bro.
You feel your arms start to hurt. Like wonder why your body and stuff hurt. Like arms and crap. Word. Put that crap up. Start to
do they put it in the spray one too? Like, you know, the spray debris, is it up in there?
It'll say it if it is. Most things it'll say it. Most things not read. Word. Like shit.
I started doing my research on that shit.
Toothpaste. It said fluoride. Like word. Fluoride. I use toothpaste. Word. That fluoride is something that don't go to your junk. Like even read the back of it, said you swallow it, this and that.
They put it in everything. Like why though? like I said, I think it blocks our subconscious of thinking. You know what I mean? Like they want us to be dumb, kind of. So I'm like, depend on the white man. You know what I'm talking about? Depend on the white man for this, bro.
Everything folks got in store, man. That's what I'm saying.
I told Bossy for that's like I told her that's my next goal, bro. Like, I told like financial freedom. I told about to be free, so I don't have to work for nobody. I told them like be able to do what you want to. I don't have to be stressed about I gotta be there at this certain time, rest and all that. It plays a big part of it. You know what I'm talking about? Like mentally, being honest with you, for real, mentally. I always been like that as a kid. Like since I was 16, I always like what I'm talking about, like work the job. You know what I'm talking about? And then I don't know, just out the blue. I don't know. I just started feeling different, like mentally, bro. Like I just been more, what I'm talking about, just depressed, bro. It's like a cycle. You just wake up, continue to cycle, wake up, go to
Niggas ain't
work.
supposed to be doing that crap. Niggas even know it. You
Yeah,
know it
man.
deep down on the inside. We really being good. Don't the best we know how to do. We're good working for people. I be thinking, I know how to direct traffic. I know how to do this and do that. Yeah, I know how to clean up. Where I can get a damn cleaner, sir. I can go get me, you, bunch of all four of us get the rest of them stuff. We got our own cleaner business. We can go put signs down there. Y'all need. I can go to food line. Who paying y'all to clean y'all junk? I got me and my people. We'll do it for half the price they doing. Or just to get on for a while. Something. Shit, we get on together for a while. You know what I mean? Scrape up, but it's something. We doing this for a while. Then we got something.
I told Bossy I told him like where I work at. We were just talking about this one guy. I was like, bro. I told him straight up. I was like, I don't like. I said I know I'm making money. You know what I'm talking about? Like I'm good financially, but mentally, bro. I told bro I've been depressed for a long time.
I've been working something for a whole year. I promise. Yesterday, I left 10 minutes ahead of time. I've been there for an hour. Man, I'm tired. I'm surprised. I got on my junk. I was talking. I'm tripping. I'm listening to the word. I'm tripping. I'm sitting in the truck all damn day, my boy. Or you need to walk around or something. Shit, I can't. Out here, I get outside, walk around. They cooking. Burger King smell. This the smoke. That don't make me sick, man. That should make me sick. You know, I need the certain smells will throw you out. Where I'm on the street, like right, it ain't no smoke throwing me off. Like where I can where, like certain shit throw you off. Used to be in a certain environment all the time. It's like shit. Like hell nah, shit. Sitting in the truck, work from sick, man. Made to the end of the day, I said these dudes keep on working, man. Doing some dumb crap. They packed up everything. They said we need y'all to do something else real quick, man. Listen, man, I'm ready to go home, man. Where y'all? I got an hour and a half drive. I don't know what the hell y'all doing. Y'all going right around the corner.
Yo.
Word is fine.
But I guess, like I said, it all pay off in the end. You know what I mean? It all pay off in the end.
That's what these people. Say they working nigga, then go to sleep tired. The same thing. Getting them out, they ain't supposed to do that.
You got no energy to work on yourself. No energy. It'd be crazy, bro. I swear to God. I be telling Rossi that for like I told bro I ain't even been over here in a minute. Like it's been a minute since I've been over here. You feel me? I told Rossi that it's like they working me to death, bro. Like I be want to work on my music. You know what I'm talking about? Like help myself. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I can't. I can say I can't, but it's
we
hard
be more
to.
pushing to go into it. Get that feel what we gonna do if we ain't got this, I ain't got that.
Yup.
I'm better off dead. Being like this. I ain't gonna like I say once my mind junk get I said I'll do a bit of work right now. Where is the They cancel my junk. I would have been there where they wouldn't call me tripping tweaking. Where I'm a good worker. The hell I know this. I'm going home. Nigga, they was done an hour ago. Why are we still sitting here? Now they find some extra shit on the side. Y'all do what the hell y'all want to do. Y'all don't need me. Y'all want me to come back here tomorrow and I gotta go to sleep. I get up 3 hours ahead of time. You know what I mean? Word, I do what I do, I get up 3 hours ahead of time. Word, the hell? So get up at 3 o'clock. Like 10. Y'all want me to do sleep like 4 hours or some crap, man. Look, I'm already tired, man. Keep on doing this. Word is fun. Shit. Hell nah. That shit fix your mind when you feel like you gotta keep on doing this shit. Word. That shit fuck you up. Hell nah. Fuck that. Before I get out that shit, you start feeling bad. You ain't fucking with the people that's that. Nah, fuck that. Alright. So what that book is reading, sir? That jump for 365. It's 365 days or something spiritual. Spiritual like.
Hey, can you bring it out here real quick?
Yeah.
Appreciate that, bro.
You'd be surprised, man. It's good to read. Even with knowing to do a lot of stuff left somewhere in the book. Between the cards, I be I'm reading, learning about the word stuff like to go up, but I ain't trying to keep on messing with the word and point ways like it's good to know stuff. Like I ain't got to know like a lot of science crap or as far as stuff I don't eat.
I know what you mean.
Which
I was sitting down for too long.
it's like that. No, you know that. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot of good people, a lot of good Christian people who actually try to make someone think. You know what I mean? You don't get that from a lot of junk. You can go to many churches, many past people, list people. If anything that make a person think, I'm all for it. So most of them make a person think. I just listen to something, I heard something, I ain't thinking about nothing. Something that make me think, even just a little bit of, where I go in deep. Yeah, it's good to think. All right. Yeah, but that reading thing, five. Real guy they didn't want us to read, man. I know. I'm telling you,
I
bro.
like this
I
job.
know. I've been seeing you do your joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm trying to get Aaron to give you a joke for real.
I'm gonna ask Vontae, this is a good question. I promise you, it's the first question they ask you too. Why did God create you? John, deep, bro. You ain't even got to answer that, John. It's just deep, you know what I mean? That's a great question.
Really don't know.
I love that, John.
I was asking what? Why he grabbed me? You myself. You don't know. I don't know.
Fact.
Why? Yeah, between work and shit. My mindset on think about to get to working and crap.
Fact.
Why God making? Damn good question. God be for a good purpose. But for some reason, everything else going what it's supposed to be done. Yeah, right.
This is a good book, man. This is a great book.
Oh,
I'm gonna do it.
I get you out of it. I'm gonna ask you.
I think I got to talk to him, more direct.
Mm-hmm.
Direct.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna be your Vontae. We're gonna break this cycle soon, man. I said, we'll get out of it soon. I said, be honest with you, I can't afford to like quit, be honest with you. But soon, though, like probably tonight, I'm gonna wake up. it's a way about what's a it's a plan out so that it's something I already know. Like I said, you said it the best way for real. It ain't gonna last forever. You know what I mean? So when that point comes for I had something to fall back on. Like straight for real. But I really might. I think I told you I want to think about getting that LLC and just doing that landscaping. I think that's perfect. Everybody need that grass, but you know what I mean?
I'm sure that.
Bushes trimmed, gravel laid down, stuff like that. I love doing stuff like that.
So just get the damn equipment, nigga, after LLC. Shit. Got the equipment, shit. Y'all call me. Shit. Real right. So get to the LLC too though. Get the equipment, nigga. I don't need no LLC. Shit. Call me. I'm going straight to Walmart. Who the owner? Shit, I'm going straight to the owner. I'm looking at this like the street. I go to someone's city. I'm looking for the main one. Yeah. Word. I ain't trying to holler dudes at the corner. Nah, because who y'all hollering at? Shit, that's how I'm coming with it. Word. And then one thing will lead to another. Because where you getting it? Word, I'm going to holler my nigga, this and that. Boom, this and that. One thing leads to another. I can't listen to them when not direct. You know what I mean? Word. And word, they ain't to do cause this snap. Form a different direction. Word. This is I'm gonna figure out, look and see. I'm gonna go to a different spot. Alright. They ain't got nothing going on over here. I'm going over here. Word. Cause I can see what's going on. You know what I mean? Word. Word. I can see. I ain't just trying to have this nigga at the stove. Alright. I ain't getting nothing. Word. Now I'm trying to nigga this and that. Word. If I got people sit at the stove for a while, I'm people pulling up. Shit. Word. So something. Alright. You can peep game. You can peep game. Like our niggas can peep people out in the streets and people short of hoop. Doing some wild crap and doing this and doing that. You can see game. You do this and that. Well, ask questions. Somebody knows. Best way to get something, ask questions. Hey, I ain't from here. Look, this and that, who this and that. Yeah, best way. I'm gonna get straight to the point. Ask the question. That's how I'm doing. I go straight to Walmart. Listen, I got the tools. I don't know what they charge, what kind of contract y'all on, but I'll do this for this. Whatever you paying them, I'll do it for $200 cheap. You gonna say that, whatever, you doing this and that. You do the math for 200, this and that you got going on. I'm gonna do the same thing they doing. Got the same tools, same equipment, this night. Word.
It's half worth.
Word. I say $200 every time.
Nice. Yeah. And then eventually, once you get the talking about enough contacts and stuff, you raise your price. You know what I'm talking about? Because you got enough customers. You know what I'm talking about? Raise the price.
Alright, I thought about doing that job. I got put a prostitute, lawn more, a weed eater, and a leaf blower. I brought the wrong stuff though. That couldn't grab that push more. Mother, you need a.
The Brian one, right?
Yeah, you can get one for like $400-500.
500.
Word, I should have waited. I wouldn't have brought the push jump. I ain't think about it. They had some jumps. I didn't know they had jumps for that cheap.
I mean, you can't. I ain't gonna lie, 500 not bad for one of them.
Nah, that's cheap. Them riding more is like $2.
That's what I thought you were
Like
gonna say.
a little cheap jump that they sit on without the zero turn. That's probably like $6. Word, you don't cost like 6,000. Shit, hell yeah. But they got some cheap joints though that you can sit on too.
Tell me what car.
Word. That'd be right way through though. Damn sure shit, boy. Get some tickets. Going in now. They could probably find somebody selling that junk. Seriously. A lot of people. Yeah. Oh, don't use junk. Someone ain't use.
Yeah, you're right. It ain't gonna work with pushing on.
It'll be all day. Somebody easy gonna beat you. I won't think about it.
We'll get the small houses with that, but the money that we really want, we ain't gonna be able to cut that.
Nah.
It'll
Be all day. Gonna be all day. I tried. Down the past, I had punch and put with one day. Shit. Cut that stove across the street. They ain't charging them. They tripping. That was like at least with a push riding more. That's why dude was able to charge them 40 or 50 real quick. And he could do what I see it. Whatever they gonna pay 80, shit, I do 40. Or that's why they don't do shit. I'm trying to compete with this nigga with a riding more. But he was charging 45 or something. I said, give me 40, bro. I do the jump. Like, word. We won the whole store across the street from where I used to live at. It's like an $80 jump at least.
Oh, they talking about you.
At least for all the side and shit. Like, well, at least like a $80 jump, 60 or something. I took the 40. I gave them 220. Like, where it wasn't about that. That's just the principle. See people cutting grass. The old lady, Miss Sylvia, she asked and stuff. Oh, you cut grass? Like, where? Miss and I said, yeah. She said, I got her number. Like, where? Look, $20 jump. Say something, but it's like hair and shit. Everything y'all gotta have a lot of people. Like, where? But, some a little quick $20 yard. Shit ain't nothing. Our yard ain't no bigger than this right here. You used to knock that junk out and weed. $20 ain't nothing. 15 minutes. Shit, it's quick 20. Word. As long as I got the equipment. All I need is gas. Gas ain't nothing but $1. $2. So I put 18 nuts and keep on doing it. You know, you gotta have blades. But it was two little niggas when I first moved over there. They knocked on my door. I seen them niggas walking the street with their lawnmowers. Where I started to look out for them.
That's how I used to do.
Where they damn sure walked up the street. So it was two niggas. Where?
It's the same like it was most difficult. Like I said, like, you don't got a car, you're talking about.
Hell yeah, shit, that's tough money. Shit, dragging that motherfucker everywhere.
Man.
Right. But they was ready though.
Gotta do what you gotta do though.
Yeah, they ready though. They got their shit. Somebody gonna be like, I got you. Yeah, real quick. They gonna knock that bitch out real quick too. Shit, both of them together. Shit, this shit's gonna be quicker together. If you got the 20 niggas, split the 10 real quick. Boom, go the same way. Do that shit like we can knock out 10 yards like this real quick. Made 200, got 100. Shit, we did this shit like an ad. Shit, that ain't bad. $100 for an ad. You know what I mean? Maybe like an ad, two ads. Shit, that ain't bad. I work an ad, $15. Shit, fuck, that ain't bad. No, especially working together, knock that shit out fast. Get a little change, get that riding more, lawnmower shit. We even in there even more. Shit, nigga. Ain't that?
It's the only thing you really got paid for. You don't talk about the gasoline.
That ain't nothing. Right, though. Keep on switching it up. Damn seed. Yeah, no, niggas damn sure gotta do something. He was working for people, crap. That dude said that a long time ago, niggas gotta come up out of it. Yeah, right.
I was wrong. So I don't do like it depends. Like him, bro. Like we do Alice sometimes. Like I know, you know what I mean. Like I listen to songs sometimes. Sometimes it sounds like good, which is too. You know what I mean? It's like you don't want to put too much on your drum. Like that main vocal, like the ad lib be having a delay. You know what I mean? So delay goes like it spaced out the music. So if you have like chorus and ad lib sometimes, it kind of make it don't make it muffled, but it's like for a rap song sometimes, like hit the score drum, like the score not doing a chorus. You know what I mean? Like he only got the ad libs to the main vocal. You know what I mean? Like you gotta listen, bro. Like if you hear this score rap, bro, like you gonna. Nah, you gotta think about it. You can hear it in your head. I make a play. I pull up. I make a play. I pull up in it. I get it going. It's like you don't hear no like two vocals. Like Key Glock might do the joint sometime. Maybe I think so. Like it's a few people out of shit. It sound cool. It sound cool. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But like I don't know, like every song I do know you don't have to do it on there, man. You know what I mean?
You can roll over.
Like you'll listen, I'm gonna show you. You know what I mean? Like I'll point out certain things so you can see. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. Some man do that shit me.
Yeah, so some men don't do that joint either. Nah, you see what I'm saying? Like you only rapping, you know what I mean? Like you don't hear like no two Jones like only a few people do that joint. Like I know I heard Keith Live do that joint first.
How you know you did it? You just heard
Two voices. Yeah, like you can hear it. So I'm saying like I don't know like it's like like it's like a hook or something like Wes Khalifa got that joint and what's that song? Rolling up. Roll, I mean, I be there when you need me. You ready to call me?
Right,
Be there
right,
shortly.
yeah.
Yeah. I roll up. If you hear that joint, you hear two voices. Like you hear like two or three maybe. I roll up. It's not just one joint. Like I swear you play it right now. I'm telling you, I'm not lying. You'll hear it. Yeah, certain songs and certain spots. You know what I mean? Like you might want to do that joint like a maybe on certain spots. You know what I mean? Like let's say like you got a singing spot, like a certain spot that you sing. You might want to do it like that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I roll up. Yeah. No, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna shoot that joint though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Something about being outside. It's supposed to be. If I was at work instead of dropping pissed off or doing something, I'm telling you, even though I ain't even a nigga supposed to be chilling anyway. Like word. Telling you, ain't supposed to be doing too much little bass shit. Do a little shit and shit. Yeah, shit.
One more time later. I'll show you though. That is my girlfriend. So I'm that recent. It's okay, Trip. That's my girlfriend. I'm talking about for real, for real. I got a girlfriend. She up here. Ah, damn you. That's okay for real. Like she has to like chill. She wants to like go to North Carolina chill for you feel me. So like okay, for I was trying to get my jaw straight for you feel me. Like
I'll take a shirt.
get my jaw straight though. You know what I mean? Like so I can have like my jaw like chill. Feel me like jaw and head. Feel me? You know what I mean?
You got this one. Because you got your good time off in two. There's a lot of stuff to do up there.
I don't know. Wait, it's just the first part of step one. You gotta do step one. You know what I mean? That's why I told you. Wait, do step one. Wait, son. Yeah, Archie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Free. I'll do step one.
I know about peace of mind. And I told Vasi for a fuck, I said, man, I said, we need a woman. You know what I'm talking about? I said, without women, I said, we'll be, I'm talking about, we're gonna be crazy. You know what I'm talking about?
I ain't gonna say we need women, but it helps. So, you know what I mean?
Keep it balanced. You know what I'm talking about?
Not this supposed to not here for what?
Mm-hmm.
Do something with people in general. But good, even Bible says man to find a wife find a good thing. That's a good thing to have a companion. Some type of way. Female in general. That's female the opposite part of men. It's good to have I wouldn't think the way I think if it wasn't for a woman.
Yeah.
That's the other part of the feeling part. Most niggas were too hard, this and that. Tupac was very able to connect with people because he ran women. He grew up around women. Mom, grandma, he had no men. It's like female. That's why he able to relate to the female. Their mama, this and that. A lot of females relate to Tupac on the scale, unlike many other people, because he grew up around women. He got the thug life character, but he also got a sensitive part. That people like. Not it's feminine because it's the word. A female is the opposite part of a man. And it's good to know that side and to see that side of the thing from the outlet to that side and know that.
It ain't gay enough like that. It's just like you connect with your women's side. Just like it make it kind of more harder. You know what I mean? It's like women and men on earth. You know what I mean?
It's the opposite reflection of yourself. Just in the female lower version of it, man. That's what the man here first. Even physically, the man more physical than the female. You see a male's composure, like men bigger than females. But she ain't far off though. Female can do damn anything man can do. You see some females can get big as a dude. You know what I mean? They just only 1 degree less than us. The Holy Quran said by 1 degree less. But most of the females. In their nature more than me. The females not messed up as bad as we messed up, Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said. And that's true. Females can outthink a lot of us. You see, so a lot of females smart. They got their priorities in check. They ain't just doing this and doing that. You know what I mean? Like, where they got their priorities in check a little bit. This and that. We kind of a little bit out. It's a blessing to have females put up with us in our condition.
I told Boston, I said females, in my opinion, I think they are the closest thing to like God, because like you know how females give birth, they have like a whole child, you know, come out their uterus, you know what I'm talking about?
Co-created with the Lord.
Basically, like they come out of a dimension, you know what I'm talking about?
Not sure.
That's kind of God. That's godly, you know what I'm talking about? That's godly.
Just like same thing, vice versa with the dude. But just the same way explaining that the man too. Even God referred to as the father or he. You know what I mean? Same thing like, but not in the greater sense, not. Yeah, you'll see that. You like you can see it when you just like when you look at that. But yeah, you can see it in the creation. Dude is too. Like word. Every baby come from a dude though.
Yeah.
There's something inside that sperm cell that we don't know nothing about really. Or this and that.
Yeah.
We just having sex. But there's something inside that. Like word. That's very, very special. Something inside us. Like the female giving birth, like the life inside of us, the male do. That's why in the book, the people more you identify with your father. When they ask whose son is you, they don't ask they ask everybody who if it was a female, they ask whose son is whose daughter is you. But they referring to like the son though. Like word. But they identify with their father though. The mother they come from their father. Well, everybody comes from their father. You identify with your dad. That's when you come from. They're doing background check. In the Bible, it's like they say David, the son of Solomon. They don't say nothing about their mothers. You read it, you know.
You say something about their fathers.
Yeah, because I identify with the father. That's how a junkie is. You don't read about the moms and stuff. You know about some moms, but most identify with the fathers and stuff. The father. Damn, something in my eye. Yeah, damn fathers, some crap. But yeah, nah, if female damn sure Coach Craig was that you said in the synoptic thing, like it's taking place in the one, like yeah, the female, you could look at the female and look at compare that with the space and stuff, because you're born in darkness, space darkness, in the mother womb. Alright, don't know how it's happened. Same thing with space and stuff like that.
I can't. You're right. I come out like.
If the world was to have a gender, it'd be a female. Because just like a female give us everything. If you was a baby, if you was a baby, who gonna feed you? What she gonna feed you with? Where the milk coming from? You gonna get food, where food coming from? The earth.
And that's Mother Nature.
Yeah, they call it Mother Nature. Yeah, see, the world be classified as a female. The universe is a female, and it's one just like a baby. A baby, the honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, I'm taking it from him. But he said, the universe like a female, and just like a baby, I got a lot of faith. Because don't no one tell the baby there's milk in the breast, but they know and pull on it. A lot of us don't be breastfed and stuff. But babies, you ever see a baby being breastfed?
Well, they gonna always pull up the breast.
They know that it's milk there.
Milk right there.
But you don't tell the baby that. The baby know that.
They know they
How the baby know to suck from the mother's breast? It ain't sucking from nothing. It put anything you put in its mouth. Word, but it word specifically it's like word know that. Like word, it know that. Word. It's like everything. You see the stuff that have nature, little babies. The mother got the milk in it. Dogs have babies. They got they got the milk in it. Don't nobody tell the dog that the milk there, but they know that the dog can go anywhere it want to go, but they're going to the milk because they know the milk there. Alright, that's what the mother there for. It's instinctively right there. Don't nobody tell them. They know that. The universe, you know how to pull on it the right way, and to give you what you want. Because that's the universe works. God got it like that. That's how it's supposed to work. We throw it off because we ain't working with the universe. And how God got it supposed to be. We doing dumb crap. That's the whole thing where we out of whack at. And get thrown off out of whack. It's supposed to be words.
because our habitat.
Yeah, that's what we got going on. It's set up. We set up. We set up thinking on a low state instead of thinking high. That's why we ain't vibrating right.
It's been like that since school. Like since school, they had it designed for us.
Yeah, it's messed up as little kids. They mess us up. That's why we grow up like the way we grow up. Most times, what we seeing, we looking at our parents or what's around and it's effed up, or we looking at what's around that they got going on. What we seeing, and that ain't really much of nothing. That ain't got us operating too high. We supposed to be operating at a way high frequency. And you'll see this in little kids, they operate at a high frequency and that. You'll see a little kid come around, you ask them that they got the vibration. You hug them and love them. Like it's something that they doing. They ain't doing nothing.
It's their vibration.
Yeah, they ain't doing nothing. They just being them.
They on a different frequency than us.
They being in their exact nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's how God say be. In your exact nature, like the little kid. We grow up, we don't understand. Even as adulthood, we messed up because we get adult. Now what we doing? We working.
we lose that inner child of us.
Yeah, we working.
Work.
They take it. Don't lose it. They take it.
We're just talking about it.
It's one thing. It's one thing to lose something. Another thing when you rob.
Facts.
You've been robbed of it. Word. Each and every single last one of us right now don't know who he is.
Facts.
To be honest with you, I don't know who I am.
Our true self.
First question that asks in the Bible, why did God make you? Honestly, I can't ask you what. I can't tell you what. Someone advises to say what, I don't really know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to get away from everything that I know that I'm not supposed to be doing, because that got me stressed out. And even when I know what I'm supposed to get away from, I still want to do it, because that's the only thing that the system I see how I'm just gonna work. Is rather you keep on being like this, or you get away from it and trust in God and trust in the nature that you made in, because everything else in nature ain't asking no question. And every time I didn't have this and didn't have that, something was provided for. Didn't know how. Like, word.
Well, I always been like that though. Once I was, like I said, I always been like trying to find myself. I tell myself sometimes like I'm trying to find myself. I'm talking about, but to be honest with you, I still haven't found myself. You know what I mean? It's like
Same here.
I don't know how to explain it. Like I try my best. You know what I'm talking about, but I still haven't found myself. You know? I say it's a work in progress. To be honest with you, bro. Definitely agree with you that, man.
I tell you what, I was listening. I can't agree with that though. I listen though. You feel me? Like only reason I say that, like I said, I don't like. I ain't say I don't know, but like I should like believe who I am. You know what I mean? Like if I say Lambert, some ways of being like, it's like really simple some way. You know what I mean? Like I don't like have my own. I ain't say on my own identity, but it's like a son of a like only Jesus like son of God, but like son of God. You know what I mean? Son of a God. You know what I mean? Like it's like we all like
we all is a son of
a body. You know what I mean? Like a body. Like everybody got different functions. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to like function like what God got me to function. You know what I mean? But like I think I know who I am though. I mean, son of God. Somebody ask me. You know what I mean? I would tell them. You know what I mean?
Now you right though. You do gotta have that confidence.
It's not really confidence, but like I don't know. You know what I mean? Like somebody ask you who you is. You know what I mean? Like they if somebody asks you, bro, like they say it all the time, like who you, bro, like they be like who you, where I know you from, somewhere's it being, you know what I mean? Like, oh you Angela's son, or like, oh you Angela, you know what I mean? Like you.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm talking about. I thought I knew who I was for real, but it's like I don't know. I had like a bad moment. I mean, remember my aunt died on me. She died. And after that, I don't know for real. I can't explain it for real. It's like I don't know. Maybe I lost myself, but like I don't know for real. It's like, just been trying to shake back from it. I'm talking about. Because at that time when my aunt was here, I can't say I was at a happier moment, but I kind of was. You know what I'm talking about? Then I don't know. I'm trying to get back to that. You know what I'm talking about? That same person.
Mm-hmm.
I said work in progress, though.
Yeah.
Work in progress. I definitely see what you're saying, though. You're right. I like that, though. Like you say you're a son of a God. I like that. He is a son of a God.
That's what I say it. You know what I mean? I'm listening. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Listen.
I was gonna be ready to make the song though too. Whenever you're ready for it.
Yeah.
All right, man. It's cool chilling with you, Jim. I'm going to make this song real quick. All right, man. I'll see y'all in a minute. So,
You come in, you want to, bro.
probably come after y'all for a minute. Let y'all get right. What's it? It's a chair over here. You want to sit there? It's a chair over here. I got some. No, grab these. These are. I said eat these. I got these. You straight? Grab a knife there. Grab two of them.
Look at this, bro. Let's find that Robin pulled up here because she got Jalen's phone. I can tell her here. What's this address? 2920. Which one? Like now, that's 2920 Bishop.
Yeah, I just got back yesterday, right? Got back yesterday.
What? Yeah. Whatever I said, eh?
Probably shouldn't be moving stuff around. Probably shouldn't be moving around.
Yeah.
What are you feeling sick?
Just,
Nauseous.
yeah, lightheaded. Slight headache. You don't get headache. I just gotta find out what's causing my blood pressure. I ain't took no pill in about 6 days. Thinking.
What you eat? Probably,
I ain't swelling this.
yeah.
I done lost 7 pounds. So
You gonna be straight.
I
Whatever.
lost 7 pounds.
No. You gonna be straight. You gonna gain weight back.
Yeah. No, I ain't complaining.
No. So you ain't supposed to be too big anyway. So you gonna gain weight back. But, you ain't taking none of the medicine?
Nothing.
Alright, that's good.
I ain't taking nothing. I ain't took nothing. I threw the whole box in the trash. I threw that away right there from last week.
That's good. Alright. Yeah, you gonna be alright. That junk on detox. That medicine probably throwing you off. Put that in the freezer joint. What you want to take no lemon juice or nothing?
Do that this morning. I need the bananas.
been about 5:30.
This morning,
Feel like getting up there.
said you lay down at 5:30.
I can get up to 5:30.
This morning. What time you usually get up?
4:30.
It's good to get up around like 5 or 6. Get some rest. I'm doing too much. Same time I got it.
Lupus is what they're calling
Have you
autoimmune
watched this, John?
disease.
I'm gonna get.
Anytime
I
they
put
label
this on your
something
phone.
autoimmune, that means they don't know what the hell going on with your body. So lupus is when they say that the immune system is attacking the actual tissues of the body. But when you get deep into microbiology and physiology, you start studying the pathology of what they call lupus. What you see is you will notice that the immune system, they say, is attacking the tissues, but the immune system is not really attacking the tissues. The immune system is attacking the acids that's sitting on the tissues. In my facility, in my clinic, we call it friendly fire. If you got all these metabolic toxins, you got all these wastes built up into your molecular structure, they sitting on your tissues, and then your immune system is trying to go and phagocytose those cells or engulf them cells. You have the T cells, the B cells, the macrophages, basophils, the eosinophils. They're coming and they're trying to pick up all of those toxins and take it to a lymph node, and then the lymph node have bacteria in it that's degraded and disintegrated down to take it to the kidneys where you can urinate these things out. If the lymphatic system is stagnated and not moving, what happens is the T cells and the natural killer cells and the B cells will be released by the bone marrow, by the thymus, and they'll go and they'll start targeting those acids. But since everything is all stagnant and saturated, what happens is they start nicking on the tissues trying to get the acids. So when you look at any autoimmune disease, whether it's lupus, whether it's multiple sclerosis, or all of these, they always parasite driven. When you got to deworm yourself, do a parasite cleanse. So just go to a doctor, have a test, and see what level of ammonia is in your blood. If you have ammonia in your blood, that's called worm urine. If I was you, I'd do fresh clothes. I'd do wormwood tea, 8 ounces every day. Use cinnamon bark to actually pull them out, and do Caspar Sagrada to open up your bowels and start moving these things out. And then what I would do is I would make sure that I get rid of the inflammatory response. Go on a mucusless, alkaline forming diet. Fruits, that's vegetables, that's melons, that's herbs, that's all organic. And make sure that you get it from a farmer's market and not your produce, because it ain't gonna have no minerals in it.
They're
You
organic,
need those
man.
minerals to convert to electrolytes and salts to rehydrate you. Deworming programs, you change your vibration, and you change your vibration so dramatically that the worms and parasites either have to get out of you, this is no longer a good home, or they die in you. It's time to deworm, and it's time to get them out.
Everything dude said, you know where to get that stuff at? Clothes to the nutrition store. You know where to get it at? Clothes. I know clothes in the grocery store. The cinnamon sticks in the grocery store. I listened to Dr. Yaki. He said I not even so many words about confessing. He said I was telling my people about what to do and this and that, and I slacked up a little bit as far as eating a little vegan thing or whatever. And he was like, I had to go back and do my detox again. That's why he lost so much. He lost a lot of. He done lost a lot of weight.
No, it's a good thing.
Oh, he did, yeah, but he had to go back and redo it. You know.
He was gaining weight from eating.
Yeah, eating the stuff that he was slacking.
It's supposed to be so good. Like he ain't really, like I'm working out and stuff, but I ain't gotta be this and that, because that person ain't really this and that. Physical and doing stuff or whatever. The females, ain't gotta be for so big. Need to write down the list.
Yeah.
This is what they call an autoimmune disease. Anytime they label something,
That's exactly what they
they
do.
know what the hell going on with your body. So lupus is when
My
they
system
say
is
that
attacking
the immune
stuff.
system is attacking the actual tissues of the body. But when you get deep into microbiology and physiology, you start studying the pathology of what they call lupus. What you see is you will notice that the immune system, they say, is attacking the tissues, but the immune system is not really attacking the tissues. The immune system is attacking the acids that's sitting on the tissues. In my facility, in my clinic, we call it friendly fire. If you got all these metabolic toxins, you got all these wastes built up into your molecular structure, they sitting on your tissues, and then your immune system is trying to go and phagocytose those cells or engulf them cells. You have the T cells, the B cells, the macrophages, basophils, the eosinophils. They're coming and they're trying to pick up all of those toxins and take it to a lymph node, and then the lymph node have bacteria in it that's degraded, disintegrated down, and take it to the kidneys where you can urinate these things out. If the lymphatic system is stagnating,
I went
and
on his
not moving,
website.
what
I'm gonna
happens
order
is
the
the T
detox
cells and the
thing
natural killer
where
cells
he's
and the
talking
B
about.
cells
He
will
said
be released by the
it's
bone
gonna
marrow
make you
by the
feel like you're
thymus,
gonna
and
die.
they'll go in there and
Like
start targeting
when it
those
starts
acids.
working,
But
he
since
said you
everything
can't
is all
stop in the
stagnant and
middle of it.
saturated, what happens is they
You got to
start
keep
leaking over
going.
the
I said I was
tissues
gonna
trying
get
to get the
online,
acids.
and he
So
said
when you look at any autoimmune
you're gonna
disease, whether
start
it's lupus, whether it's multiple
that
sclerosis, or
going to the
all these, they
bathroom
always
and
parasite
vomiting
driven.
and all
You
that
gotta
stuff.
deworm yourself, do a
He said don't
parasite
stop and
cleanse.
get scared. You got to keep going.
So when you look
I
at
said I'm
any
gonna try it.
autoimmune,
I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna order it for us.
How much you know where it's at? Send online.
Yeah, it's on his thing. It's on his He got the list where you can order things for different things, and I wrote it down in one of my papers. I'm gonna get online and I'm gonna order it. I already got the price and everything.
How much you need?
Um, it's for certain ones for the deworming and all that stuff. I'm gonna find that paper. I got the paper where everything written down.
Find a junk. How much it is? Order junk today.
I'm gonna find it.
disease, whether it's lupus, whether it's multiple sclerosis, or all of these, they always parasite driven. Where you got to deworm yourself, do a parasite cleanse.
So just go to a doctor, have a blood test, and see what level of ammonia is in your blood. If you have ammonia in your blood, that's called worm urine.
If I was you, if I do fresh clothes, I do wormwood tea. 8 ounces every day. Use cinnamon bark to actually pull them out. Do castor sagrada to open up your bowels and start pulling.
I don't know about that. I ain't never heard of that.
If I was you, I'd do fresh clothes. I do wormwood tea, 8 ounces every day. Use cinnamon bark to actually pull them out. And do castor sagrada. To open up your bowels and start pooping these things out. And then what I would do is I would make sure that I get rid of the inflammatory response. I'm on a mucusless, alkaline forming diet. Fruits, there's vegetables, there's melons, there's herbs, there's all.
Food ain't got alkaline water. Give me one. Food ain't got alkaline water.
And make sure then what I would do is I would make sure that I get rid of the
No, I said going to alkaline diet.
Diet, yeah.
That's the water.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, that water they selling that alkaline. They call it alkaline. Yeah. Said alkaline diet means everything good above a certain it's on I think it's above a pH level or under. So I think it's above a certain pH level to make it alkaline.
I don't get it. I got to. So I let the medicine go, so I gotta get it. Gotta do it.
greater than 7.
Nothing about it. Going to get his phone at the store.
Hmm?
Going to get his phone at the store.
Who does it?
Jalen, Robin took it by accident.
Robin?
Yeah,
Which Robin?
Robin. Robin.
Oh, who's Jalen? What?
What do you think Jalen is?
What Jalen doing at the store with his phone?
Inflammatory response on a mucus list. There's vegetables, there's melons, there's herbs. It's all organic. And make sure that you hear from farmers market and natural produce.
You ain't going to the community market.
Hmm?
Get the stuff at the community market.
Yeah, downtown.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think they go on. They have all kinds of stuff like that on the weekend, on the fair. All kinds of stuff.
You ain't got no change on it.
Hmm?
You ain't got no change.
Not right now. What is it? Hmm? I got this.
What you just said.
The deworming the on his I'm not doing this site. I ain't trying to get nothing. That ain't here.
You talking about wormwood tea?
Yeah, I know the wormwood tea. I'm trying to find the one that's his, not the one that you get on online. I'm trying to find his website. That's on my paper. I had all his stuff. All his stuff. The three things that I said I was going to order from his place. Going to the whole clinic and getting everything, it's expensive. But he got three things you can order from a whole list.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his message. Beloved brothers and sisters, once again it is my privilege and my pleasure to have this opportunity to share with you some of that which we have learned as a result of being students of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Today, on this Super Sunday, I would like to be as brief as possible. So I better get right to the message. The Holy Quran, which is the book of scripture of the Muslims, teaches us that once upon a time man was nothing that we should speak of. This teaches us the humble origin of all life. We all emerge from a tiny or cloudy drop of water that is called sperm. That is a very humble origin. And that is not conversation for civilized people or intelligent people to talk of sperm. Likewise, when God brings a people to greatness, He brings them from humble origins. This is written in the Quran to say to a people of God's choice today, and to say to a powerful people who rule the world today, that once upon a time you were nothing to speak of. The people that are nothing to speak of today are the black people of America and the world. And the people that Allah is reminding that once upon a time they were nothing to speak of is the Caucasian people who are the present world rulers. If the Caucasian people once upon a time were nothing to speak of, how then did they become such masters in the land? How did the Caucasians come from nothing to master the sea, to now go out into space and to make a contraption that has been out in space since the latter 70s, visiting the planets and taking a peep into the heavens? As the Holy Quran again teaches,
that those whom Allah would destroy, He first gives them a peep into the heavens. He makes them to see how awesome He is, how magnificent He is, how awe-inspiring is His creation. And He makes you to see by looking at what is above your head and beneath your feet that you make yourself a fool to oppose the originator of the heavens and the earth. But He does this to a man that He's about to destroy. So now that you have exalted yourself to be a God and a Lord beside me, and you even have some of my own foolish servants worshiping you as they ought to worship me, I'm going to show you how insignificant you are. I'm going to remind you what I brought you from, and then I'm going to let you get a peep into the heavens to see just the power that you are trying to fight against. Perhaps maybe you fall down and prostrate and beg forgiveness, but I think it's a little late. I think it's a little late. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has opened up the history of the Caucasian people for us as he was taught by Master Farad Muhammad, whom I represent to the world as the best knower among us. For we did not know these things until one taught us. And so if a man who has completed the 4th grade of school teaches us that which we did not know before, then one mighty power has taught such one. The Caucasian people do not argue with this teaching. In fact, they will be quiet around their radios today on Super Sunday, and they will reflect with us at how far, not that they came, because that suggests you're moving on your own power. But when somebody brings you from a mighty long way, then you must always remember who it was who brought you wherever you are. Now, the Caucasian people, who now are such masters and lords in the earth, had a very humble beginning due to a chastisement. They made trouble among the holy people after they were made. They turned what is called the Garden of Paradise, or the Garden of Eden, which the scholars put between the Tigris and Euphrates River in the Middle East. They turned that area upside down by the telling of lies and creating of mischief. So they were driven out of the Holy Land into the hills and cave sides of Europe, as we are taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Since Europe was hilly and filled with caves, the original people who knew the whole planet, had visited every part of our planet, had chosen the best part for himself. And therefore the original people, or the black people, chose that rich Nile Delta and that part of northeast Africa, which you call the Holy Land. That really is a part of Africa. And we were the original inhabitants there. I say this very respectfully to the present Palestinians and others. Your fathers there, the original people in those areas, were all black. The original Arabs that inhabited the Arabian Peninsula are black. The original inhabitants of that area that is called Palestine, Jericho, and all those areas, black people. And they are still there today in abundance. Of course, that area being so important in world affairs, one could not rule the world without having some sway over that area. So conquering Egypt, conquering the Nile, conquering Northeast Africa has been the aim of every conqueror that has come up. And every conqueror from Europe that has come up, that has come down into what is called the Middle East, their desire was to conquer the heartland of the earth, to conquer that part of the earth from which spiritual guidance has come to all of the peoples. The Caucasian people, for making trouble in that area, were driven out. In your Masonic rituals, the cable tow is a part of a ritual that reminds the present day Caucasians of what their fathers suffered crossing the burning sands of the Arabian desert as they were being driven westward out of the civilized lands of the holy people into the hills and cave sides of Europe. In the Bible, it teaches us that when Adam broke the peace of the garden, he was put out of the garden, and a flaming cherubim was put at the east gate to keep him from coming back in. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that this has reference to the Caucasian people, a new people, and they are under the symbol of Adam, though we know that that also has a reference to us. They are under the number 6, but that also has a reference to us, for we also are under the number 6. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, and the Bible bears witness when it says, count the number of the beast, for the number of the beast is the number of a man. Well, the beast is a man too, but he's under the little 6, and the original man is under the big 6. He has to be under whatever number we are under in the way of creation, because he comes from us. Is that clear? Now he's cable towed, driven out from among us as a new people, a troublemaking people, a rebellious people. Adam then was put out of the garden. It's referring to the Caucasian race. Some of them were hidden. Listen carefully. Some of them were hidden. And as the lessons of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teach us, we rounded up all that we could find, meaning that there were some that we could not find that were there. I'm talking about Caucasian people in the Middle East who grew up there under our way of life. And then the scripture says, and the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and took them to be wives. The sons of God here are referring to the original inhabitants of that part of the earth, seeing the daughters of men. Now you have sons of God, sons of men. Now you have the delineation of beast and man. But we're really talking about two kinds or species of human beings. We're talking about the original man, who is referred to as God, because the original man is the first creation of the God, and the very nature and essence of the God is in the nature and essence of his first creation, which is the black people of the earth.
Yeah, you can find that junk on Dr. Yaki junk.
Yeah, everything.
Only on up. Yeah, you can find the junk.
You, but not the same essence as you. As the carbon copy is not as valuable as the original, neither can the. So they were driven out of the Holy Land into the hills and cave sides of Europe, as we are taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Since Europe was hilly and filled with caves, the original people who knew the whole planet, had visited every part of our planet, had chosen the best part for himself. And therefore the original people, or the black people, chose that rich Nile Delta and that part of northeast Africa, which you call the Holy Land. That really is a part of Africa. And we were the original inhabitants there. I say this very respectfully to the present Palestinians and others. Your fathers there, the original people in those areas, were all black. The original Arabs that inhabited the Arabian Peninsula are black. The original inhabitants of that area that is called Palestine, Jericho, and all those areas, black people. And they are still there today in abundance. But, of course, that area being so important in world affairs, one could not rule the world without having some sway over that area. So conquering Egypt, conquering the Nile, conquering Northeast Africa has been the aim of every conqueror that has come up. And every conqueror from Europe that has come up, that has come down into what is called the Middle East, their desire was to conquer the heartland of the earth, to conquer that part of the earth from which spiritual guidance has come to all of the peoples. The Caucasian people, for making trouble in that area, were driven out. In your Masonic rituals, the cable tow is a part of a ritual that reminds the present day Caucasians of what their fathers suffered crossing the burning sands of the Arabian desert as they were being driven westward out of the civilized lands of the holy people into the hills and cave sides of Europe. In the Bible, it teaches us that when Adam broke the peace of the garden, he was put out of the garden, and a flaming cherubim was put at the east gate to keep him from coming back in. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that this has reference to the Caucasian people, a new people, and they are under the symbol of Adam, though we know that that also has a reference to us. They are under the number 6, but that also has a reference to us, for we also are under the number 6. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, and the Bible bears witness when it says, count the number of the beast, for the number of the beast is the number of a man. Well, the beast is a man too, but he's under the little 6, and the original man is under the big 6. He has to be under whatever number we are under in the of creation, because he comes from us. Is that clear? Now he's cable tow,
I probably had cancer
driven out
from
among us.
That's that for a long time. I've been struggling to jump.
As a new people, a troublemaking people,
You know what I mean? But
a
some days,
rebellious people, Adam then was put out of the garden. It's referring to the Caucasian race. Some of them were hidden.
Yeah.
Like where been
Listen
body
carefully.
like from the food and stuff.
Some of them
A lot
were
of our
hidden.
body messed up. Like where some more ways
And
than
as
others.
the lessons of the
But then
Honorable
10
Elijah
years
Muhammad
from,
teach us,
like I
we
stopped
rounded
blowing,
up
switched up the
all
water,
that
stopped
we
to the
could
east. That's
find,
gonna help the whole lot.
meaning
gotta go
that there
back to
was
not
some
blowing.
that we could not find, that were there. I'm talking about Caucasian people in the Middle East who grew up there under our way of life.
What you doing?
And then the scripture says, and the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair and took them to be wives. The sons of God here are referring to the original inhabitants of that part of the earth, seeing the daughters of men. Now you have sons of God, sons of men. Now you have the delineation of beast and man. But we're really talking about two kinds or species of human beings. We're talking about the original man, who is referred to as God, because the original man is the first creation of the God, and the very nature and essence of the God is in the nature and essence of his first creation, which is the black people of the earth. This is why you are called by Allah the righteous, even though you are not practicing righteousness. You are born of the righteous. You are born of God. The nature of God is your nature. But the Caucasian is a grafted human being from you. And in coming out of the original people, he's like you, but not the same essence as you. As the carbon copy is not as valuable as the original, neither can the made man be equal to or as valuable in the sight of Allah as the original. Now this may sound to you like some racist doctrine, but no, this is absolute truth. Now, of course, you can mock yourself or drop yourself down in the eyes of God by not living according to your nature. And the Caucasian can come up in the eyes of God if he rejects the nature in which he's created and obeys God. Now, let us talk for a moment on the sons of God and the daughters of men. Count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. Now the sons of God, black people, saw the daughters of men. There is an attraction here, because the daughters of men were fair or light-skinned or white-skinned, and we were black, and this set up the law of attraction. On a like began to attract. So as the black man took these white women for mates, race mixing began in the Holy Land. And of course, when conquerors came down, they also mixed their blood, and the blacks were gradually pushed out of areas of power, out from the Mediterranean, pushed out from the lower Nile, which is at the mouth of the Nile, pushed further and further into the interior of Africa, while the blacks controlled all of those waterways, because you cannot be a great commercial man, a great trader, without having control or having waterways. So they pushed us away, and we lost that ability to have the commercial centers. They took that over. And so if you look in the Middle East today, you will find, even in Iraq, in Syria, you will find very dark Syrians, very dark Iraqis. But when you see the Syrians in America, the Lebanese in America, the Iraqis in America, they are all white. Well, this is because the immigration system here does not want dark Iraqis in, dark Syrians in, because then you might get the thought that you got some people over there. They don't want you to understand. They don't want you to understand that you are an international and universal people. Okay.
I know.
So the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. Now this is going on in the Holy Land among people that were left behind, and others were driven into the caves and hillsides of Europe. Now when they got into the hills and cave sides of Europe, many of them, some of them tried, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has taught us to graft themselves back into their original selves, and they did a bad job of it, and they got as far as the ape, and from that, oh yes, the ape is not an old fella. He's no older than 6,000 years on our planet, but he is related to the Caucasian people, and that, no, I'm not trying to be smart. That's why when they say, well, I'll be a monkey's uncle, they know what they're talking about. They love the monkeys. They love the chimpanzee. They love all that family there. And that's understandable. I'm not making any mockery. But Allah says in the Quran that those who rebel, He turns them into apes and swine. See, the swine here is not the physical pig, but as it is a lover of filth. When a human being who is supposed to move toward divine, move toward God, move toward reflecting His righteousness, rebels against good guidance, God turns him into an animal. And he begins to look like an animal, act like an animal, smell like an animal. And the lowest of animals is the ape and a swine. You understand? Very good. So don't let anybody call you a pig. And that's another reason why you should stop eating it. If somebody called you pig, you'd smack them in their face because it's an ugly animal and a nasty animal. And if you are what you eat, then maybe you should cut out eating the flesh of such a detestable, abominable animal in the sight of God. Now let's move on. You say, well, God made it. God made a lot of things, but not for you to eat. Go ahead. Happy Super Sunday to you. Let's move on. So now you have a Caucasian growing among the holy people, growing up without the teaching of their father, Yaqub, growing up without a teaching of lies and tricks. Because what makes the Caucasian devil is not so much the grafting of him physically, but it is the teaching of his father, Yaqub, that makes him of a mind where he wants to dominate and rule the black, the brown, the red, the yellow, and his heart and his mind is a mind of lying and murder according to the way he was taught. So the only way he could be saved is to destroy his mind. Hear me now. Those Caucasians that were growing up in the Middle East, they were not growing up according to the teaching of Yaqub. They were growing up according to the righteous principles of those holy people of that area. So you have many white people who live in that area where they would be offended if you called them devil, because they have tried all their lives to live according to the way of the prophets. But the moment they get out of that environment and come over here, then you see a complete change come over them, and they become just like their brethren over here, showing you that they have a natural leaning to that filthy way. And the minute you get them out from under the law of Prophet Muhammad, you will see a devil sure enough coming after you. Listen to me. So now you have one growing up under right and another one growing up with no guidance at all. So the Caucasian in the hills and cave sides of Europe was something to see. Look at what the Holy Quran says in the 18th surah, which is called the cave. It's talking about them and somebody else that I'll introduce you to in a minute. In the 18th verse it reads, and thou mightest think them awake while they were asleep. And we turned them about to the right and to the left with their dog outstretching its paws at the entrance. If thou didst look at them, thou wouldst turn back from them in flight, and thou wouldst be filled with awe because of them. Now, Caucasians know this of their history. If you look at the Caucasians that lived in the hills and cave sides of Europe, if you could see them in the state that they were in, you would turn back in flight and run, and you would be filled with awe seeing human beings looking so terrifically animal-like. You had it in a movie that they made recently about fire, Quest for Fire. You saw them hardly making sounds. They didn't speak the language. I'm not making mockery. But Allah took off of them the garments of the holy people when they were driven into the caves of Europe. The only thing they had with them was the language, and they lost that. Come on, brother. And their only friend was the dog. So today they say that man's best friend is a dog. Well, in that sense, yes. But when it comes to us, God's best friend is not dog. God's best friend is another God. But unfortunately, this man had fallen. And now only thing that befriended him was a dog. A friend of mine told me the other day that they moved, he's a friend of mine, he don't know it. He was on television, and they were asking him about the neighborhood that he moved into. And he moved into a white neighborhood, and they didn't want him in there. And he said he's trying to befriend his neighbors. He had a dog. And his white neighbor came into the yard and would not speak to black human beings and petted the dog and walked out of the yard, leaving two human beings standing there in awe. But if you read the Quran, my dear brothers and sisters, you'd understand. Because as the Quran says of the righteous, where there are two of you, I am the third. Where there are three of you, I am the fourth. Where there are five of you, I am the sixth. Meaning that God is ever present with the righteous. In the 22nd verse of the 18th chapter, it says, some say they were three, and the fourth of them their dog. And others say five, the sixth of them their dog, making conjectures about the unseen. Now, meaning that some say seven, and the eighth of them their dog. Say, my Lord knows best their number. How many dogs there were and how many humans there were, Allah knows. But the dog was present with him, and the dog is present with him now. Now. And think of a man and a woman living in a cave. The mouth of the cave facing north. The sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. And they are in a cave, huddled down, learning to make a little fire. But it's damp in the cave. It's dark in the cave. And they retreat in the cave. And if you've ever put a cast on your hand or a cast on your foot, and there is no light that can get to your hand, you grow an inordinate amount of hair on that hand or on that leg when you remove the cast. But when they're in the dark and there's no light on them, then they began to grow an inordinate amount of hair. Hair covered their bodies. Hair covered their faces. They walked on their arm fours so that their hands were like the animals with great strength in the hand, to move them along. Their only example was the animal. You've seen movies of people a child that lost a mother, and it was reared by the animals. So the sounds that the animals made, the child made. The movements that the animal made, the child made. I am telling you, beloved, without mockery, that this is the origin and humble beginning of the world rulers. Mr. Reagan's family. Do you understand? Mr. Gorbachev's family. Mr. Bush's family. You understand? Mr. Shimon Peres's family. not know how to bury their dead. They did not know how to cook their food. They were drinking water out of the skulls and remains of their dead. The dead would die and they would not even bury their dead. So whenever one of human stature would look at something like that, they would run back in flight, in awe of what they were looking at. People who were unclean and filthy. Some of them even grew tails. I don't say this for mockery, and some are born with tails today. I have seen pictures of this. I say again, this knowledge is not coming to you for you to mock another human being. But this knowledge is coming to you so that white people who are proud and arrogant and forgot your origin in the world may be reminded that you once upon a time were nothing to speak of. Thus did we rouse them, that they might question each other. Allah says we roused them. Out of that condition, somebody had to come and wake them up. How long have you tarried? They could not tell you how long they were in the caves. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said they were in that condition for 2,000 long years. From the time of Adam to the time of Moses is 2,000 years. And they were in that condition until Musa came to teach them the forgotten technology. You think that Moses went down in Egypt and told Pharaoh, let my people go. But Moses is the great emancipator of the Caucasian people. He's revered and honored by them. Prophet Muhammad was a man like Moses, but nevertheless, that Moses was a sign of a greater one. And that Muhammad was a sign of another one. Hear me well, beloved. As it took Moses 22 years to civilize the Caucasian in the caves.
And you can't pick it up, so it gotta be shipped.
Hey man, do y'all have Cascara Sagrada?
Yes, let me make sure that we have it in stock. Yes, we do.
Cool. How long do y'all stay open out there?
Today we're closing at 6 p.m. because we're having an educational event, but we typically close at 6:30.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try to make it out there in time.
All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
If we don't make it today, then okay, we can go tomorrow. Okay, I'll be straight. I ain't straight. I ain't gonna keep it real. I just put this on just to take home this morning because I wasn't feeling good. They make me sick. No, we can wait. I mean, we ain't gotta be nothing done today. But still, wait till I get my money. That way we can go in together. I ain't need you getting that stuff because I know that stuff is expensive. We'll get it all together. We go in it together, and that way we can.
You get it when you want to get it. Need to wait though. Wow.
Distribute.
Grab up this stuff today. Right. If I was sick, I needed medicine. Would you wait till tomorrow?
No, but I'm not sick.
If I was sick and I needed medicine, would you wait till tomorrow?
No.
If I said I had a headache, I need some damn. Why? No, I don't feel good. Go get some. Why? Go to go get some. And take the jump. Like what? That's good. Down to Africa, just ride, you know? You know what's going on. Alright. About to slab ass earlier.
Yeah, some gonna eat them. Don't worry about the peelings.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah, they the book.
Likewise with Prophet Muhammad, he was not fighting against a king or a great ruler. He was fighting against the Quraysh, the ruling tribe, and the ignorance of the Arab people. You cannot compare that with going up against a world ruler who keeps a people in bondage and in subjection. It takes a longer time when you are opposed, not by ignorance, but by ignorance and the powerful force of a powerful oppressor. Moses, Musa, we call him in Arabic, was sent. Listen, not raised, he was sent among the Caucasian people. Knowing them, we could not send a solid black man into the caves to get them. They would have rejected him. So Moses was a...
1994.
It's another it is not awful.
Go to our fathers in peace. In peace. Beautiful scripture. So God made the prophets to write what we have now fulfilled. We were brought to America in chains. We have suffered and been under affliction for 400 years. The good news is God is not to come. God has come. And he has come in fulfillment of the word that he caused to be spoken by his prophets. And America is now under divine judgment. Four great judgments are afflicting this nation as we speak. Rain, hail, snow, earthquakes, and many other related plagues are tearing America up in fulfillment of prophecy. America cannot escape her destiny. Neither can you or I escape ours. Now think of the words. After we had suffered 400 years, God would come. How are you going to know God came? You would see the judgment of God taking place, and you would hear the judgment of God coming out of the mouth of one of the slaves. Judgment only means that God has rendered a decision, and it is irrevocable, irreversible. It is as sure as the reality of God himself. And that decision is that you and I will not be integrated into America. I'm going to say that again. This is for the integrationists. And I don't want to bust your bubble. But I do want to pierce it so you can see the fruitlessness of your labor to be joined on to your enemy. I'm going to say it again. It is not God's intention or will for you and me to be integrated into a people whose time of judgment has arrived. It is not God's will that you be integrated into the world of the white people. That's not God's will. I know it's yours. I know that. We don't want to leave white people. I can understand that. No, it's yours. I know that. We don't want to leave white people. I can understand that. What slave wants to leave his master? But when you become free, you want to get free from that which has oppressed you. So it is the will of God that we be separated from our enemy. Look at the words, and afterwards, after the judgment starts taking place, afterwards shall they come out. But they're not coming out empty-handed. They shall come out with great substance. And they're not just going to come out with great substance. They're going to come out and go. Go where? Go to their fathers in peace. Why did it say in peace?
I got you, bro.
Because in our sojourn, we have been so confused. Confused about God, confused about the devil, confused about heaven and hell, confused about the reality of our lives. We're just confused, and there's no peace among us. But the scripture says we shall not only come out with substance, but go to our fathers in a state of peace. That means we will have made peace with God by surrendering to his will. We will have made peace with one another by acting in accord with God's laws that make brother and sister to enter into a peaceful condition with one another. So when we go, we don't go confused. We don't go unrighteous. We go home in peace. And guess what? That's exactly the way we went. We came out with substance. We didn't go back playing the fool. We didn't go back acting a fool. We went back with substance. And the greatest substance of all is knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. It's better than gold and silver because you can't protect gold and silver with foolishness. You can only protect gold and silver and material things with value that is beyond gold and silver. And the value that is beyond gold and silver, of course, is knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Well, we went back and we were warmly received by His Excellency, the President Jerry John Rawlings, the President of Ghana. And when you get your latest copy of the Final Call newspaper and you're able to see the beauty of the President, the openness of his heart to receive his brothers and sisters home, the beauty of your African brothers and sisters crying out to us in the language Akwaba, welcome, welcome home. The prodigal son had come home. Well, today I want to talk a little more about what my dear helper and assistant minister Ishmael Muhammad touched on. Vision. Brothers, it is a great blessing to be able to see. Jesus opened the eyes of the blind. He gave back to people the gift of sight. Vision is the faculty of sight. It is unusual competence in discernment or perception. That goes beyond looking at a thing. It is looking beyond a thing, looking into a thing, so that you have an unusual competence in the ability to discern what others miss. Webster says that a vision is a mental image produced by the imagination. It's deeper than that, Mr. Webster. He did the best he could. Vision has at its root, as we said on Savior's Day, an idea. An idea is a well-developed thought. You know, in the comic books, whenever somebody had a brilliant thought or idea, they would put over the head a light, a bulb. That's it. Light got turned on in the guy's head. He saw something. He had an idea. But he really didn't have an idea. He had a thought. Because ideas are different from thoughts. Ideas, like thoughts, exist in the mind, potentially or actually as a product of mental activity. You can't have an idea or thought if your mind is not active. Brain waves on a machine that scans the activity of your mind, of your brain, shows an electric electrical energy in the brain that says this is alive. Electrical energy in the brain allows the brain to do what the brain is designed to do. Create thought, create image, create pictures. Listen, once you have a thought, that is a concept. When you say sister has conceived, what do you mean? Sister has conceived. What do you mean? She's pregnant, right? Conception is not baby. The conception has all the necessary ingredients to make the baby. But now it needs a period of gestation and growth in the darkness of the womb so that conception becomes a fully developed child, baby. Fetus. When thought germinates in the mind, if you don't continue to think on the thought, now I want you to hear me. If you don't continue to think on the thought, then the thought without more thought only is a thought that comes and goes. And you will say when somebody else comes up with the thought but thinks on the thought, they stole my idea. They stole my stuff. They making the money and I ain't got nothing. Dirty, low-down thief. Wait a minute, fool. You don't have any corner on thought. You don't have any specific corner on imagery. Many of you have good thoughts, but you do nothing about what you think. So the thought was an opportunity that you blew because you didn't do by the thought what you should have done. You got to think on the thought. Thank you. You have to think on the thought. And thinking on the thought is feeding the thought. Then the thought develops into an idea. And that idea has with it a plan, a scheme, a method of fulfilling and concretizing what was a mental image that had potential, but now you want to actualize what you have envisioned. But if you even develop the idea or the thought into an idea and still will not work the idea, then God will give the idea to somebody else who will fulfill the idea and fulfill the vision brought by the idea. Now, let's go on. You all right?